Welcome back, brothers, to Amalur. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Black Templars. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The Eternal Crusader did not sail the void like a ship. It advanced through darkness like a sentence. Its prow was a blade of adamantium and sanctified iron, a cathedral bastion driven through the starless gulf by engines older than many imperial worlds. Its flanks were crowded with gun decks, chapel spires, launch bays, reliquary vaults, and armored galleries where statues of saints stood with swords lifted toward a heaven that had long ago drowned in war. Vast chains hung from its hull in loops large enough to bind hab blocks. Some were trophies, some were oaths. Some had once fastened enemy warships to the Black Templars' wrath, while boarding torpedoes punched through their bellies and filled them with judgment. Within, the vessel was worse. It was not peaceful. It was not contemplative. It was not a monastery that happened to move. It was a holy city built around violence. The corridors smelled of incense, hot oil, old blood, and the breath of machines. Armored serfs moved in ordered files beneath vaulted ceilings, their faces hidden behind black iron masks, their shoulders bent beneath crates of bolt shells and reliquary caskets. Servo skulls drifted overhead with parchment tongues trailing from their jaws. Cherub servitors flapped on vat-grown wings, carrying censers that leaked smoke over weapon shrines where chainswords rested in stone cradles like sleeping beasts. Bolters hung from iron racks beneath oath scrolls stiffened with wax and age. Power swords stood point down before candles. Thunder hammers lay chained to altars, their hafts wrapped in scripture and human hair. Every blade bore a name. Every name bore a kill. Every kill was a prayer. The delegation from the Adeptus Administratum had expected severity. They had not expected contempt to have architecture. Inquisitor Lord Valens Holt walked at their head, robed in black and ash grey beneath a mantle of authority seals. His face was thin, his eyes augmetic, his mouth a hard line shaped by decades of suspicion. Behind him shuffled clerks, savants, census adepts, and parchment bearers, each one marked by the ink stains and nerve damage of lifelong service to the Imperium's endless arithmetic. They carried data slates, brass cogitator tablets, sealed warrants, genealogical writs, tithe codes, and force structure demands, stamped with the authority of distant terror. Their boots clicked softly over deck plates, engraved with names of dead crusades: Alaric Gulf, Vinculus, Hell's Reach, Chogoris Reach, Gathalamor, Tempest's Maw, Armageddon. Some names were cut deeply into the iron. Some had been gouged by hand. Some were almost buried beneath newer names, as if the ship itself could not contain the weight of all the wars it remembered. A census adept stumbled when he saw the first hall of helms. They lined both walls from deck to vault, thousands of them, cracked, burned, crushed, split by blades or melted by plasma. Some were imperial, many were not. Orc iron masks with tusks of brass, horned helms taken from traitor Astartes, smooth Xenos faceplates of unknown make, rusted visors filled with votive candles. Beneath each trophy hung a strip of parchment marked in high Gothic with place, date, enemy, and executioner. No one told the adept to keep moving. A Black Templar serf simply turned his masked face toward him and waited. The adept hurried on. They passed through a reliquary nave where the preserved banners of dead crusades hung from chains. The cloth was ragged and dark with old smoke. Some banners were no more than strips of fabric around splintered poles, yet each was guarded by armed serfs and watched by stone-faced initiates in black power armor. The warriors stood unmoving, their white pauldrons bearing the black cross. Tabards hung over their breastplates. Purity seals covered their armor like wounds dressed in wax. Chains looped from wrists to weapons. Their helms followed the mortals without sound. One clerk whispered a prayer. One did not. The one who did not found an initiate staring at him through red eye lenses. He began praying too. They reached the strategium after a march that felt designed to exhaust lesser souls before judgment. Its doors were two slabs of black metal carved with Sigismund standing before the walls of terror, sword raised against a tide of traitors. Brass censers swung from the lintel. Two sword brethren guarded the entrance, both in armor heavy with relic work, both carrying power blades resting against their shoulders. They did not ask for identification. They had been told who was coming. That was worse. The doors opened. The strategium was a cathedral chamber with a war room forced into its heart. Tiered galleries rose into shadow. Statues of Dawn and Sigismund looked down from alcoves. Banners hung like flayed night. A hololithic table occupied the center, inactive but humming with caged light beneath its black glass surface. Around it stood marshals, castellans, sword brethren, chaplains, armored reliquary bearers, and hooded serfs holding censers. Every warrior was armed. Every weapon seemed already halfway to killing. At the far end, upon a command dais that was too severe to be called a throne and too regal to be called anything else, stood High Marshal Helbrecht. He wore war like a crown. Gold and black plate encased him, massive even among the transhuman giants surrounding him. His face was hard, scarred, and pale beneath the chamber's cold lumen glow. His eyes held neither welcome nor anger. Anger would have acknowledged the visitors as worthy of emotion. His sword rested nearby, attended by serfs as if it were a saint's relic. Around him, the officers of the Black Templars stood in silence. Holt bowed with exact correctness. The Administratum delegation bowed more deeply. Helbrecht did not return it. "Inquisitor Lord Holt," said the High Marshal. His voice filled the chamber without effort. "You have crossed half a segmentum with parchment, seals, and trembling men. Speak the purpose that dragged you into my crusade." Holt's expression did not change. "By writ of imperial authority, under review of the Senatorum Imperialis, and with acknowledgement of Lord Commander Guilliman's standing reforms, this delegation is tasked with auditing the fighting strength, vessel disposition, recruitment flow, and crusade distribution of the Black Templars chapter." A faint shift passed through the gathered warriors. Not movement, not laughter, something colder. Helbrecht looked past Holt to the clerks. "They wish to count us," a sword brother murmured. "Then let them count the dead worlds behind us." One of the Administratum savants swallowed loudly. Holt continued, "The matter is not ceremonial. Your chapter's force distribution remains persistently unclear. Crusade fleets operate independently. Recruitment records are incomplete. Neophyte induction tallies vary by source. Several fleets report losses and replenishments without centralized confirmation. Some Imperial observers have expressed concern that the Black Templars exceed accepted Codex strength by a substantial margin." "Concern," Helbrecht said. The word sounded like a blade scraping stone. A senior census adept stepped forward, emboldened by terror and duty. His voice shook, but he spoke. "The Codex Astartes provides structural limitation for the Adeptus Astartes to prevent recurrence of legionary overconcentration. It is the opinion of the review body that sustained non-compliance may represent..." "May represent what?" asked Helbrecht. The adept stared up at him. "Say it," the High Marshal commanded. The adept's lips trembled. "A strategic irregularity." Several Templars turned their helms toward him. Helbrecht descended one step from the dais. "Strategic irregularity," he said. "That is what you call 10,000 years of crusade. That is what you call Sigismund's oath. That is what you call every blade raised when your ledgers failed. Every world saved after your tithe routes collapsed. Every shrine defended while your masters debated jurisdiction." Holt raised a hand slightly, silencing the adept, before fear made him useless. "No accusation of disloyalty has been made," said the Inquisitor. "Disloyalty is not always spoken by cowards. Sometimes it hides inside procedure." Holt's augmetic eyes clicked softly as they focused. "And sometimes treason hides inside zeal." The chamber fell still. A chaplain's crozius tightened in his gauntlet with the creak of ceramite. Helbrecht looked at Holt for a long moment. "You have courage, Inquisitor. I have authority. You have permission to stand here because I have not withdrawn it." The words did not rise. They did not need to. Holt inclined his head. "Then permit the audit to begin." Helbrecht's mouth hardened into something that was not a smile. "Ask." The senior adept fumbled with his data slate. "How many active crusade fleets currently answer to the High Marshal? All that are required. How many battle brothers presently serve beneath the cross? All that the Emperor has judged fit to bear arms. How many initiates? Not enough. How many neophytes? Those who survive will be counted by their scars." The adept's stylus hovered uselessly. "How many vessels? Fewer than our enemies deserve. How many keeps, fortress holdings, recruitment stations, and sworn worlds?" Helbrecht leaned forward slightly. "You ask where we dwell. We dwell in war." The adept looked helplessly at Holt. Holt did not rescue him. His gaze remained on Helbrecht. "High Marshal, obstruction will be recorded. Record this also." Helbrecht turned his head. "Awaken the hololith." A tech marine in black and red armor lifted one clawed servo arm and made a sign of activation over the table. Cherub servitors wailed binary hymns. The strategium darkened. Light burst upward from the glass in a storm of emerald, crimson, and gold. Stars unfolded across the chamber, a vast projection of imperial space scarred by warp storms, crusade routes, war fronts, and dying systems. Then the markers ignited. Hundreds of black crosses burned across the void. Not 10, not 20, not the neat disposition of a Codex chapter divided into orderly companies. Hundreds. Some were bright and stable. Some flickered at the edge of astropathic range. Some pulsed in regions where imperial cartography marked only hazard, silence, or loss. Each cross represented a crusade fleet, a strike force, a keep, an oath host, a brotherhood of warriors too distant or too engaged to answer any ledger's demand. The adept stared as though the stars had opened their mouths. Holt watched in silence, and behind the stillness of his face, his mind began assembling horrors. The Black Templars were not hiding like criminals. Criminals concealed weakness, roots, caches, little dens in shadow. This was not hiding. This was dispersion by design, sovereignty by motion, strength without a center vulnerable to law. They were not hiding like cowards. They were hiding like kings. A new presence entered the chamber. The air seemed to grow heavier before anyone turned. High Chaplain Grimaldus walked through the strategium doors with the measured tread of an executioner approaching a block. His skull helm hung at his side, revealing a face as severe as a tomb effigy. Servitors followed him, dragging reliquary chains. Upon their iron backs rested relics blackened by fire, a cracked helm, a torn banner, a fragment of masonry inscribed with battle cant, and a censer dented by shrapnel. Armageddon clung to those relics like old smoke. The gathered Templars bowed their heads. The mortals did so a heartbeat later, because instinct warned them before etiquette did. Grimaldus stopped beside the hololith and looked upon the delegation. "You came to measure the Emperor's wrath with Clark's tools." Holt said, "Reclusiarch, Inquisitor." No warmth passed between the titles. Grimaldus lifted the cracked helm from a servitor's reliquary rack. This was taken from the ash of Hell's Reach. The warrior who wore it fought while the city burned around him. He did not ask whether the Codex permitted him to bleed. He did not request parchment confirming the acceptable number of brothers at his side. He held until his bones were powder inside his armor. One clerk made the mistake of looking away. Grimaldus noticed. "You will look upon it." The clerk obeyed, eyes wide and wet. Grimaldus placed the helm back upon its shrine. "You speak of limitation as though it were virtue. Limitation did not stand upon Terra's walls when the arch-traitor came. Duty did. Hate did. Sigismund did. When the legions were broken by decree, when Lord Dawn bent beneath necessity, and Guilliman's Codex divided what had once been mighty, Sigismund did not take a world and sleep upon it. He took the most zealous, the most wrathful, the least willing to sheath the blade, and he swore that our war would not end." Helbrecht's eyes remained on Holt. "Tell me, Inquisitor, has the Codex Astartes slain more heretics than the blade of Sigismund?" Holt did not answer quickly. The wrong answer would insult them. The honest answer would arm them. "The Codex preserved the Imperium from another age of legionary tyranny," he said at last. "And yet the Imperium rots," Helbrecht said. "It rots behind walls of compliance. It rots beneath governors who tithe excuses. It rots in worlds where witches are tolerated because they are useful, where Xenos are studied because they are interesting, where heretics are imprisoned because execution requires authorization." A marshal spoke from the War Council, voice low through his helm grill. "We require no authorization to hate." Grimaldus turned toward the hololith. "Every cross is a wound we have entered. Every fleet is a blade still moving. Count them if your hands are steady. Count the worlds that called and were answered. Count the enemies burned from their holes. Count the brothers whose gene seed was cut from butchered flesh beneath alien suns. Count the oaths renewed in the blood of monsters." The chamber's vox system cracked. At first it was static. Then came screaming. Not a single voice. Many, layered, distorted by warp echo, astropathic agony, and dying machinery. A serf at the communications pulpit stiffened, blood running from beneath his ocular implants. The tech marine turned sharply, mechadendrites snapping toward the console. A choir voice spilled through the strategium, wet with terror. "Golgothan Vale calling. Golgothan Vale calling. By the throne, answer. Hive shields failing. Orc void mass in system. Shrine fires black. Forge moon silenced. Choir dying. Choir dying. There are teeth in the signal. There are bells under the earth. The dead are singing with enemy tongues. Golgotha Secundus burns. St. Corda's rest profaned. We are overrun. We are..." The transmission dissolved into a shriek so high that several adepts clapped hands to their ears. One fell to his knees, vomiting blood. A servo skull burst in mid-air, its tiny brains spattering the floor in a red-grey fan. The hololith convulsed. One region of projected space flared crimson near the wound light of the Great Rift. Images came next, forced through failing astropathic minds. A cathedral spire collapsing into a sea of green bodies. Planetary defense lasers firing into low orbit until their towers were swallowed by flame. A hive wall splitting beneath the impact of an orc rock. Millions of windows vomiting fire. Men in guard uniforms crucified upside down on vox masts. Priests burning on altars, while shadows with too many limbs moved behind them. Forge stacks rupturing. Pilgrim roads clogged with corpses. A moon crowned in debris. A choir chamber where astropaths clawed out their own eyes as black smoke poured from their mouths. Then a final image. A throne of teeth and brass beneath a torn sky. The signal died. The silence after it was worse than the screaming. One of the administratum clerks sobbed once, then bit down on the sound as every warrior in the room turned toward the glowing wound on the hololith. Helbrecht looked at the Golgothan marker. Then he looked at Holt. "You came for numbers." The High Marshal's voice had changed. The contempt remained, but now it had purpose, direction, velocity. "Now you will witness what counting us costs." He turned to the tech marine. "Open crusade channels, all sanctified bands, all oath-bound relays. Wake the choirs. Break silence with every fleet bearing our cross." The tech marine bowed. "By your command, High Marshal." Helbrecht ascended the dais again, and the strategium became a weapon around him. Marshals moved. Castellans received orders. Serfs ran without panic, because panic had been beaten out of their bloodlines generations before. The hololith bloomed with roots, mustering points, void lanes, estimated warp hazards, enemy mass projections, tithe world reserves, shrine coordinates, and kill priority marks. "Summon the Ashen Vow Crusade," Helbrecht ordered. "Summon the Sword of Judgment. Summon the Pyre of Dawn. Summon every fleet within striking range of the Vale. Marshal Voss will take the first spearhead. Castellan Merrick will ready the ground assault cadres. Wake the dreadnoughts who still dream of Armageddon. Arm the neophytes who can hold a blade. Chain the cowards to the ammunition decks if they cannot." Grimaldus inclined his head. "The chaplains will prepare the vows." "Good," said Helbrecht. "There will be no pity." "No remorse," answered the gathered Templars. "No fear." The words moved through the chamber, like the closing of a tomb. Holt stood amid the sudden storm of war orders, his delegation forgotten by everyone except the warriors still watching them. He understood then that the audit was over, though not concluded. The ledgers had not been filled. The numbers had not been yielded. The Black Templars would not be measured by ink. They would be measured by the dead. Across the Eternal Crusader, bells began to toll. Deep bells, war bells, bells that shook dust from reliquaries and stirred warriors from prayer. Vox choirs took up the High Marshal's command and hurled it into the void, not as request, not as plea, but as decree. Muster. The word thundered through sanctified transmitters. Muster. It crossed gun decks where macro shells were hauled by chain gangs of vat-muscled serfs. Muster. It rolled through chapel halls where chaplains opened iron reliquaries and lifted out relic blades. Muster. It descended into the training cages where neophytes bled on black iron floors beneath the fists of their initiates. Garin heard it while kneeling in the Hall of Binding. He was young, though the word meant little aboard this ship. Youth had been burned from him in trials, carved from him by hypno-doctrine, beaten from him by hunger, pain, and scripture. Yet some mortal remnant still lived behind his eyes as he watched hundreds of Black Templars kneel in rows beneath hanging censers. The chamber glowed red from forged braziers. Chaplains moved between the warriors with welding torches and censers. Serfs carried lengths of black chain on hooks. Beside Garin knelt Initiate Rauk. Rauk's armor was scarred by wars Garin only knew as names. His left pauldron bore gouges from alien blades. His tabard had been stitched with new cloth over old bloodstains too deep to wash away. In front of him lay a chainsword, broad-toothed, ugly, and pitted by long use. It did not look ceremonial. It looked hungry. A chaplain stopped before them. "State the vow," he commanded. Rauk lifted his gauntleted hand. "I suffer not the unclean to live." The chaplain set the chain around Rauk's wrist and the chainsword grip. "I accept any challenge, no matter the foe." The torch hissed. Sparks spat. "I abhor the witch. Destroy the witch." The first link glowed orange as it fused shut. "I uphold the honor of the Emperor." The final weld sealed. Rauk closed his hand around the weapon. The chain ran from gauntlet to hilt, binding flesh, armor, and blade into one instrument. Garin stared. Rauk turned his helm slightly. "You look as though you have seen a death sentence, boy." Garin forced himself to answer. "Is it not one, Lord?" Rauk's vox grill crackled softly. "It is worse. It is a promise." Around them, hundreds of weapons were chained to hundreds of wrists. Bolt pistols, chainswords, power axes, relic blades. Some warriors bowed their heads as the metal was welded. Others stared forward without blinking. None flinched when sparks bit cloth and armor. None pulled away from the heat. The chaplain came to Garin last. "You are not yet worthy of a chain," he said. Garin lowered his eyes. "I know. Then learn what it means before you beg for one." The war bells continued to toll. Far above, the Eternal Crusader altered course. Its engines roared with the rage of a caged sun. Across the void, scattered crusade fleets received the summons. In forgotten war zones, Black Templars looked up from battlefields and heard the call. In shrine orbits, in asteroid keeps, in the shadows of dead moons and over worlds where Xenos corpses still smoked, the sons of Sigismund turned toward the Golgothan Vale. A chapter, the ledgers named them. A crusade, they named themselves. Something older answered, something vast, armored in black, chained to wrath, and unwilling to die. Garin watched Rauk rise with the chainsword bound to his hand. He understood then, with a coldness that settled behind his ribs, that among these warriors even releasing a weapon could become a kind of sin. Rauk looked down at him. "Stand, neophyte." Garin stood. The initiate activated the chainsword. Its teeth screamed awake, hungry for the worlds to come. "The Emperor has found us another war." The summons did not end with the tolling of bells. It became the ship's heartbeat. Across the Eternal Crusader, war awakened by degrees, and then all at once. Decks that had slept in iron. Discipline stirred into thunder. Armurium gates opened with the groan of sacred locks. Ammunition shrines vomited forth caskets of bolt shells stamped with devotional script. Servo haulers crawled beneath the weight of missiles, melter canisters, promethium tanks and power cells, their tracks crushing old wax seals and dried blood flakes into the deck plating. Tech marines stalked beside them, red armor dark under the shadow of black tabards, their mechadendrites clicking and tasting the air with incense burners, data probes and cutting tools. Warriors assembled without haste, because haste was for mortals. The Black Templars moved as if they had been born hearing the muster call. Some came from prayer, some came from blade practice, some rose from surgical slabs, where apothecaries had been sealing wounds that would have killed lesser men. Some stepped from reliquary chambers, carrying weapons too old to be trusted to any armory rack. Others came bareheaded, faces scarred and severe, eyes carrying the cold inner flame of men who had forgotten every comfort except hatred and obedience. Inquisitor Lord Valens Holt watched from the gallery above the primary mustering nave, with his hands clasped behind his back. His delegation had been granted space enough to observe and status enough to be ignored. That, Holt suspected, was deliberate. The Black Templars understood humiliation as well as any caught on terror, though they practiced it without silk, poison, or smiling words. They simply placed lesser men where lesser men belonged and went about the business of war. Below him, what the administratum would have called a chapter prepared itself in a manner no Codex formation would have recognized. There were no neat companies awaiting inspection beneath company banners. There were no clean divisions of battle line, close support, fire support, and veteran reserve arranged for a scribe's comfort. Instead, there were crusade households, oath bands, blade circles, and armored spearheads forming around men of rank who carried authority like a weapon. Marshals received their orders directly from the High Marshal and gathered their forces by oath, need, and proven wrath. Castellans moved beneath them, stern lieutenants of the crusade, drawing crusader squads into clusters around transports and landing bays. Sword brethren stood apart in black and bone, veterans whose armor bore more history than some regiments. Initiates checked weapons, while neophytes waited at their sides, half pupils, half war dogs, eyes bright with fear they were forbidden to show. Chaplains walked among them like walking judgments, skull helms glaring, crozius heads resting against their shoulders, voices murmuring vows and condemnations. Apothecaries moved more quietly, marking warriors with purity tags and checking gene seed seals with the tenderness of executioners handling crown jewels. Tech marines spoke to engines in Binharic bursts, blessing machine spirits and threatening them with sanctified maintenance in the same breath. Beneath reinforced arches, dreadnought sarcophagi hung in cradles of black iron,
their occupant saints still chained in slumber until the crusade required dead heroes to kill again. Holt watched the pattern form and felt the first clean edge of alarm. It was not disorder. That would have been easier. It was feudal, practical, violent, and old. It did not care for symmetry. It cared for obedience, proximity, vows, and killing power. The Codex had been written to make Space Marines legible to Imperial command. This force had no interest in being legible. It was comprehensible only to itself. A robed savant beside Holt whispered, "My lord, I cannot assign the formations." "Then do not," Holt said, "but the census tables require classification." Holt looked down at the nave, where a Castellan in black plate struck a kneeling neophyte hard enough to split his lip across his teeth. The boy did not fall. He spat blood onto the deck and bowed his head. "Your tables are not welcome here," Holt said. The War Council gathered in the Strategium, while the ship labored toward translation coordinates. Helbrecht stood before the hololith, with his marshals arrayed in a crescent of black armor. Grimaldus remained near the chamber's shadowed edge, his presence a spiritual pressure rather than a political one. Inquisitor Holt had been permitted to attend. The senior administratum adepts had not. They waited outside.
Beneath the gaze of armed serfs, which was likely the safest place for them. The High Marshal did not speak at first. He let the hololith do so in silence. Golgothan's space burned red. Around it, crusade markers answered in pulsing black crosses. Warp routes opened as uncertain threads. Some cut through storm-choked regions, where sane navigators would have petitioned for delay. The Black Templars marked such routes not as forbidden, but as penitent. Helbrecht touched a rune. The Golgothan veil is not a single wound. It is a body opened from throat to groin. Orcs descend upon the hive worlds and void docks. Heresy flowers beneath the bombardment. The shrine world of St. Corda's Rest broadcasts martyr codes and then silence. Forge Moon Enoch has ceased all production hymns. Astropathic choirs report warp contamination. A marshal in heavy artificer plate leaned forward. His name was Aurelian Voss, commander of the Ashen Vow Crusade. His face was uncovered, the skin of his jaw crossed by an old burn that had healed into a rope of pale tissue. One eye was natural, hard and grey. The other was a black augmetic set in scarred bone. His voice was low and dry, almost bored, as if the impending death of worlds merely confirmed what he already believed. "My fleet is closest." Holt watched the rune associated with the Ashen Vow enlarge. The data attached to it was laughably thin. Official strength under fighting capacity. Vessel strength diminished. Neophyte complement awaiting confirmation. Armor disposition reduced after sustained Xenos action. Battle Brother count incomplete. Then Helbrecht unlocked the Crusade's internal slate. Holt's jaw tightened despite himself. The Ashen Vow was not under strength. It was only underreported. Strike cruisers, escort squadrons, armored landers, Thunderhawk Talons, rhinos in numbers too high for the record, impulsors in battle-ready formation, repulsors and executioner hulls attended by tech marine cohorts, Land Raider Crusaders listed as relic transports but deployed as siege breakers, drop pod reserves, dreadnought sarcophagi awaiting awakening, Sword Brethren formations too large to be an honor guard, Crusader squads in strength that a Codex captain would have called multiple companies, and still the slate marked its disposition as incomplete. Enough neophytes were attached to the Crusade to rebuild a gutted Codex company twice over, if one were foolish enough to think of them in such terms. Holt said nothing. Voss noticed anyway. The Marshal turned his augmetic eye toward the Inquisitor. "Does the truth offend you?" "It interests me. That is often how fear speaks before it remembers its name." Grimaldus made a soft sound that might have been approval. Helbrecht ignored the exchange. "You will take the first spearhead, Marshal Voss. Your fleet will translate ahead of the main convergence, break the outer blockade where possible, and secure approach corridors for heavier assets. Castellan Merrick will attach to your command with the first wave ground assault cadres. A Castellan bowed his helm. By your will. Do not preserve the cities if preservation delays the purge, Helbrecht said. No pity, Merrick answered. No remorse, said Voss. No fear, finished the chamber. Holt let the words settle in his mind. Not a chant, not a slogan, a hierarchy of permission. Deny pity, deny regret, deny fear. What remained was action purified of hesitation. A chaplain stepped forward, armor black as a sealed coffin. The neophytes drawn from Carrow's Fall, Varden's Mire, and the Pale Warrens are prepared for confirmation trials. Those who falter may still serve as ship serfs or blood debt auxiliaries. Helbrecht's eyes moved toward him. Those who falter before the Golgothan veil would only die worse later. Test them now. The chaplain bowed. Holt watched the War Council absorb that order without reaction. He had read the recruitment rites of many chapters, most through incomplete or sealed sources. The Black Templars were not unique in harshness. None of the Adeptus Astartes were gentle creations. But there was a particular severity here. The worlds they saved became reservoirs. Conquered populations did not receive liberation as a gift. They received judgment. The strongest boys from Death World tribes, hive gangs, shrine militias, and feral clans were taken. Some came willingly, drunk on tales of angels in black armor. Others were dragged from corpse fields with their hands still locked around knives. They were tested for pain tolerance, obedience, hatred of the witch, hatred of the alien, hatred of the traitor, and the capacity to endure psycho-doctrine without breaking into useless madness. The Black Templars harvested faith the way other armies harvested grain. Garin had been taken from the Pale Warrens after the purge of the Sump cults. He remembered the day in pieces. Smoke trapped beneath hive ceilings. Men with too many scars praying to things beneath the waterline. His own hands around a pipe slick with another boy's blood. Then giants in black descending through the chemical fog, bolters roaring, chainswords screaming, their tabards splashed red and green under lumen strips. He had thought them angels for the space of a breath. Then he had seen one stamp a wounded cultist's head into the metal grating until the skull gave way like wet plaster. Angels, he learned, did not need to be kind. Now he knelt in an armory chapel with a stripped bolt pistol before him. Initiate Rauk stood over him. Name each part. Garen's hands were steady, because Rauk had beaten steadiness into them. Grip frame, trigger assembly, magazine well, slide, chamber, ejection port, firing pin, recoil spring, barrel, sight, safety, machine spirit housing. Rauk grunted. Again. Garen repeated it. Again. He did. Blind. Garen closed his eyes and began reassembling the weapon by touch. Around him, the armory screamed with preparation. Chainswords were tested in racks, their teeth chewing through suspended slabs of vat muscle and bone analog. Pyre blasters were pressure-checked by masked serfs in heat robes, their nozzles coughing brief blue tongues of sanctified promethium. Combi weapons were laid out for sword brethren, their bolter housings joined to melter, plasma, or flamer systems, according to the preference of each veteran. Storm shields were locked into charge cradles. Thunder hammers were awakened with impact rites, each low activation hum passing through the floor like a giant's pulse. Black power armor stood in ranked alcoves beneath hanging tabards. Some suits were newly repaired. Others carried scars that Tech Marines had refused to polish away, because a wound earned in the Emperor's service was a better ornament than gold. Purity seals fluttered in ventilation drafts. Relic blades rested beneath glass and iron. Chainswords hung in rows, like butchered predators waiting to be given voices. Beyond the armory mouth, Garen could see the vehicle decks. Land Raider Crusaders sat beneath gantries, vast and squat, Hurricane bolter sponsons, attended by teams of chanting serfs. Rhinos waited in black lines, their hulls daubed with fresh wax and old kill marks. Impulsors crouched on grav plates, while tech marines hissed binharic corrections at their machine spirits. Repulsors loomed like armored fortresses, their turret systems cycling through silent degrees of murder. Drop pods were stacked in launch harnesses, their interiors cramped and brutal, each restraint marked by handprints of warriors who had gone down inside them and never returned. Thunderhawks were being armed beneath shrine lamps, missiles loaded into their wings, while crew chiefs knelt and pressed their brows to landing gear. At the far end of the deck, sarcophagi were being rolled toward dreadnought chassis. Garen tried not to look too long. Rauk saw him look. "Does the sight trouble you?" "No, Lord." Rauk struck him with the back of his gauntlet. Garen hit the deck, teeth cutting the inside of his cheek. The half-assembled bolt pistol scattered. "Do not lie to me. Lie to an enemy. Lie to a witch before you cut its tongue out. Lie to yourself if you must die stupidly. Do not lie to the warrior teaching you how not to shame his line." Garen pushed himself upright. Blood filled his mouth. "Yes, Lord. It troubles me." "Why?" "To live in death within iron. To wake only for war." Rauk leaned closer. His helm lenses glowed red in the armory gloom. "That is not horror, boy. That is honor beyond your asking. Those ancients have already given their flesh. Still they rise when the Emperor demands more. Remember that before pity fouls your tongue." Garen bowed his head. "Yes, Lord." Rauk pointed to the scattered pistol parts. "Reassemble." Garen obeyed. His fingers moved through blood. The trigger assembly clicked into place. The recoil spring resisted. He forced it down. He could feel Rauk watching. "Mercy," Rauk said, "is not kindness if it permits heresy to breathe. You hesitate because some dying thing still looks human. Then it lives long enough to open a gate, poison a shrine, shelter a witch, breed corruption in 10,000 souls. A soft heart is not clean. It is merely untested meat." Garen locked the slide into place. "And if the innocent stand among the guilty?" he asked, before wisdom could silence him. Rauk did not strike him. That was worse. "Then the guilty chose their shield well." The initiate took the bolt pistol, inspected it, and handed it back, grip first. Again. The Emperor's champion was revealed not by announcement, but by silence. The mustering nave had been full of sound until Severian entered. Then sound withdrew from him, as if afraid. He came barefoot across the black iron floor, wearing a linen penitent robe marked with ash and blood. His head was shaved. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken from vigil. Chaplains walked behind him, carrying his armor piece by piece, black plate polished with sacred oils, white shoulders marked by the cross, seals hanging like votive skin. Last came the black sword in the hands of two serfs, who trembled beneath its significance more than its weight. Every warrior turned. Severian did not look at them. He looked beyond them, towards something only he could see. Grimaldus stood before him. "Speak the vision." Severian's voice was quiet. It carried anyway. A beast crowned in scrap and bone, a throne of teeth and brass, a sky split open above a field of ash. Behind the beast, a shadow wearing the shape of a priest. Beneath them, the dead singing. A chaplain made the sign of the Aquila. Another whispered a warding oath. Grimaldus watched Severian's face. "You know what is asked." Severian nodded once. "The enemy commander must die by the black sword," said Grimaldus. Severian lifted his gaze at last. It passed over the ranks, over Garen, over Holt, standing at the gallery rail, and settled on nothing mortal. "I have seen his throat," Severian said. That was all. The chaplains began armoring him. Greaves, cuirass, pauldrons, gauntlets. Each plate was fitted with a rite, each clasp sealed with a vow. When the black sword was placed in his hands, the knave bowed its head. Severian did not raise the weapon. He simply held it, and the stillness around him became more unsettling than any battle cry. Holt had seen assassins less focused. He had seen condemned saints less calm. By the time the Ashen Vow Crusade signaled full readiness, 3 more Crusade fleets had answered the High Marshal's call, then 7, then more. Some came from recorded war zones, some from locations Holt's maps marked as pacified, some from regions where no Imperial force was officially deployed. Each claimed independent status. Each bore its own marshal or castellan, its own recruitment records, its own losses, its own sacred exceptions. Yet at Helbrecht's command, they altered course together, not as scattered fragments, but as parts of a single mailed fist closing. The Administratum delegation tried to keep pace. They failed. Holt watched their certainty decay hour by hour. Every new fleet rune made their ledgers more ridiculous. The Black Templars were not forming a strike force. A strike force was something a commander detached from a larger whole. This was an invasion host, assembling from pieces that had spent centuries pretending not to be one. The cruelty came before translation. A supply transport attached to one of the pilgrim convoys was searched by sword brethren after its manifest failed 3 separate challenges. The hidden compartment was found behind a false bulkhead near the waste reclamation tanks. Inside were 37 deserters from an Astra Militarum regiment shattered months before on a nameless moon. Men with hollow cheeks, shaking hands, and stolen ration packs. Some wept when dragged into the judgment hold. Some prayed. Some cursed. One tried to run and was cut in half by a single bolt round that opened his torso against the wall, painting the grey metal with ribs, lungs, and a burst of red mist. The rest became quiet. Garen stood among the neophytes ordered to witness. Marshal Voss presided, not a commissar, not an inquisitorial. Adjutant, a marshal of the Black Templars, standing before kneeling mortal soldiers as if he were judging blades for flaws. These men fled lawful war, Voss said. Some fled fear, some fled duty, some fled after murdering those set above them. All hid, while others died. One deserter lifted his head. His beard was filthy, his eyes were wild. My lord, the line was gone, the officers were dead, the moon was lost. Voss looked down at him. Then you should have died on it. The man broke. Mercy! A chaplain standing nearby tilted his skull helm. You asked the wrong warriors. The judgment was swift. Those who had merely fled were marked for penal assault service, their lives reduced to ammunition that had not yet been fired. Iron collars were locked around their throats. Their names were burned from the ship rolls and replaced with debt codes. They would walk ahead of armor when mines were suspected. They would carry melter charges into breaches too narrow for Astartes. They would die buying seconds for better men. Those who had killed loyal officers were executed before the neophytes. No sermon was given. No rage was spent. The first traitor was forced to kneel. A sword brother drew a bolt pistol and fired into the back of his skull. The head burst outward, teeth and brain matter slapping across the deck. The body folded forward, leaking into the drain grooves. The second tried to scream a confession. The shot took his jaw and upper spine, leaving his tongue twitching in the meat of his ruined throat. The third pissed himself. The fourth cursed the Emperor and was shot twice, once for treachery and once for blasphemy. Garen tasted bile and blood. Rauk stood behind him. Watch. I am watching. Remember. I will. No, you will do more than remember. You will understand. A deserter is a wound that learned to walk. Left open, it festers. Festering kills armies. Armies dying kill worlds. The last execution ended. Servitors came forward with hooked tools and corpse pails. The deck was washed in recycled water and incense. Voss turned to the neophytes. Some of you still think fear excuses failure. Be cured of that before battle. The enemy will not care how loudly your heart begs. Neither will I. The War Council's final session before translation was smaller. Helbrecht stood alone at first, before the hololithic projection. Holt entered at the edge of permission, escorted by a sword brother who remained by the door. The chamber lights had dimmed. Before the High Marshal floated not the Golgothan veil, but the wider shape of the Imperium Nihilus and Imperium Sanctus, divided by the great rift's bleeding scar. Guilliman's realm, ordered where it could be ordered, burning where order failed. Supply routes, crusade paths, war zones, tithe collapses, indomitous spearheads, worlds reclaimed, worlds lost, a million arguments written in light. You asked whether we defy him, Helbrecht said without turning. Holt approached slowly. I asked for numbers. You asked for chains and called them numbers. The Lord Commander's reforms exist for reason. At last we agree. Helbrecht's gaze remained on the projection. Robert Guilliman saw what Horus did with a legion. He saw brotherhood made into empire, obedience made into rebellion, strength made into damnation. He wrote his Codex, so no single hand could again close around such power. Then you understand the concern. I understand the fear. Helbrecht turned then, and the light of burning systems moved across his scarred face. But fear is not law. The Codex was written to prevent another Horus. Holt said nothing. Helbrecht looked back to the stars. We exist to ensure there are no enemies left for another Horus to lead. The Golgothan Veil had been dying before the first Black Templar vessel tore itself from the warp. It was not a sector in any clean cartographic sense. It was a wounded chain of worlds caught near the stormlight of the Great Rift, where the veil between real space and madness thinned in pulses, and the stars bled colors no human eye was made to endure. 7 inhabited worlds hung within its reach, along with 3 forge moons, 2 shrine stations, and dozens of orbital habitats strung between them like rusted rosary beads. Before the invasion, they had fed regiments, stamped munitions, rendered corpses into starch, refined promethium, raised pilgrim tithes, and sent their sons to wars that would never know their names. Now those same worlds screamed into the void. Golgotha Secundus was the loudest. Its equatorial megacities had once circled the planet like a belt of iron and smoke, hive stacks rising through poisoned cloud layers, manufactoria burning day and night, corpse processing districts grinding the dead into usefulness, rail arteries carrying ammunition from continent to continent. Its ruling houses had called it indispensable. Its priests had called it blessed. Its workers had called it nothing. Men did not name prisons they were born inside. The orcs had named it by laughter. Rocks had fallen from orbit like mountains hurled by drunken gods. Some broke apart in the upper atmosphere and rained burning metal over oceans that boiled where they struck. Others survived the descent and smashed into the equatorial hive belt, flattening manufacturum districts, cracking hive walls, burying millions beneath molten adamantium and screaming stone. The largest impact had punched a crater through Hive Cauldrus, so wide that from orbit it looked like the planet had opened one blind, burning eye. Around that wound, the war spread. The equatorial trench line stretched for hundreds of kilometers, though no commander still alive could say where it began or ended. Entire hive avenues had become killing gullies. Collapsed hab towers formed barricades kilometers high. Manufacturum pipes burst and flooded districts with boiling chemical waste. Corpses clogged transit tunnels until tanks ground over them and made red paste of uniforms, limbs, and ration tins. Dead men hung from power cables. Burning men ran through ash storms until their lungs cooked. Guard medici stations overflowed, then became ammunition dumps, then were hit by orc rockets and vanished in pillars of meat, steel, and white flame. The defenders had not broken all at once. That would have been merciful. They had broken by order, counter-order, starvation, vox failure, cowardice, heroism, and simple arithmetic. Astra Militarum regiments that had landed at full strength were reduced to mixed battalions of men who no longer recognized each other's uniforms. Mordian coats fought beside Cadian pattern flak, penal collars, hive militia rags, and shrine guard breastplates. Sergeants commanded platoons whose officers were dead. Corporals commanded battalions because no one else answered the vox. Commissars executed deserters until their bolt pistols ran dry, then drew chainswords and continued until orc shelling made no distinction between the brave, the craven, and the obedient. Skitari cohorts on the Forge Moon, Enoch fought without resupply after their orbital docks were gutted. Their Binharic cant became static prayer. They marched into scrap fields with radium carbines and galvanic rifles, while their tech priests transmitted evacuation requests in a language of machine grief. No answer came. The Moon's Manufactoria continued producing shells until orc boarding mobs breached the assembly lines and fed living workers into stamping presses for amusement. In orbit, Imperial Navy crews died inside ships that could no longer maneuver. Cruiser captains sealed decks lost to fire and listened to thousands of ratings pound on bulkheads as atmosphere burned away. Gun crews manually loaded macro shells by the light of emergency candles after power failed. One destroyer, the St. Drusus Resolute, had spent 3 days locked in a decaying orbit, firing its last lance batteries at orc scrap hulks until its spine cracked and its decks opened to the void. Planetary Command survived in a bunker beneath Hive Malachor, surrounded by incense, devotional statues, and panic. Lord General Othran Creel had not slept in 5 days. His left hand shook whenever he was not holding a glass of Amasek. His command staff issued contradictory orders because the map changed faster than reports could be sanctified. One bunker chamber demanded retreat. Another ordered counterattack. A third marked districts for artillery cleansing that had already fallen silent under orc control. Priests moved through the command halls, blessing maps, vox units, ammunition crates, and men too frightened to stand. None of them knew that the underhives had already turned. Apostle Malrek Vane had come without a fleet worthy of the name. He had not needed one. The orcs had provided the thunder. He had brought the whisper. He moved through the misery beneath Golgotha Secundus like rot through old meat. His followers had been workers, penitents, militia captains, medici orderlies, corpse guild overseers, and shrine custodians. The first cult marks had been scratched beneath ration altars, then in hospital wards, then inside ammunition lifts, then across the backs of children branded by fathers who wept while obeying voices in their dreams. Malrek taught them that the Emperor had abandoned them, that the orcs were not the end, but the opening blow, that despair was a door, and all doors were meant to be walked through. Inside Cathedral Bastion Jorath, the cultists built their first corpse altar. They used the bodies of priests who had refused them, pilgrims who had begged too loudly, and wounded guardsmen stolen from medici trenches. They stacked ribs into arches and skulls into lecterns. They pulled vox wire through opened throats and made a choir of dead lungs. When the cathedral's void shield generator failed from within, the orc shells came down like applause. The spire collapsed through 6,000 men praying beneath it, and in the dust that followed, something with antlers made of bone stepped through a tear in the air and laughed until every surviving man's ears bled. Malrek did not command the orcs. That was not his art. War boss Gorzag Iron Teeth commanded the orcs, and he announced himself through destruction so immense that even his own name became secondary to the ruin around it. His wah moved like a continent of muscle, smoke, and iron. Looted Baneblade hulls crawled beneath towers of scrap armor and shouting gunners. Stompers stomped through hab blocks, their saw arms chewing through defensive walls, while their belly guns vomited shells into packed infantry. Gargants loomed on the horizon, walking idols of lunatic industry, covered in glyphs, dangling chains, stolen bells, and imperial saints welded upside down as jokes no human survived hearing. Fighter bombers screamed through the toxic clouds, trailing flame, smoke, and crude laughter over the vox. Scrap orbital guns mounted on captured platforms hurled debris and shells down onto loyalist positions. Crude void hulks, each one a rusted cathedral of bad welding and aggression, wallowed in high orbit packed from prow to reactor with greenskins. Their hulls leaked bodies, oil and fungus spores. When they collided with Imperial stations, boarding ramps dropped and orcs poured out, not in formation, but in a joyous avalanche of blades, guns, teeth, and noise. Gorzag was no fool. That made him worse. He spent bodies because he had them. He hurled mobs into trenches to discover gun positions. He sent trucks ahead of battle wagons so mines would bloom beneath the lesser vehicles. He let human defenders exhaust ammunition on waves of screaming boys, then sent knobs in mega armor through the smoke. When a hive gate resisted, he did not batter it forever. He collapsed the hab stacks around it and drove through the rubble while the gate still stood, irrelevant and proud. He was brutal in the pure orc fashion, but inside that brutality lived battlefield cunning. "Keep the Humies shooting," he roared from the back of a looted super heavy, his iron teeth flashing beneath a jaw thick with scars. "They run out of Daka, then they run out of legs, then we takes the shiny bits." His knobs laughed. Then an Imperial shell struck nearby and blew one of them into green chunks and armor plates. Gorzag laughed louder. "That's more like it." By the time the warp tore open above the system and vomited black ships back into reality, the defenders of Golgotha Secundus had passed beyond hope into a state more dangerous and more holy. They were waiting for angels. What came was worse. The first Black Templar strike cruiser translated out of the immaterium with stormlight crawling over its hull. It emerged bow first, black armor plating slick with unreality, cathedral prow cutting through the fading warp breach as if the ship had stabbed its way back into existence. Then came another, then another. Battle barges followed, immense and solemn, their prows shaped like execution blades and fortress chapels, their gun decks already rolling open. Escort vessels slipped around them like hunting knives around mailed fists. The Eternal Crusader entered last among that first wave, and the system seemed smaller for having to contain it. Its bombardment cannons woke. Launch bays opened like cathedral doors before massacre. Across Imperial Vox channels, the defenders expected assurance, command clarification, or the polished authority of fleet officers. Instead, they heard chanting. Thousands of voices, deepened by armor vox and ship choirs, spoke the words as one. "Suffer not the unclean to live." The vox shook with the next line. "Uphold the honor of the Emperor." Men in trenches looked upward through ash storms. Navy officers clinging to dying consoles wept openly. Priests fell to their knees in bunkers that stank of sweat and fear. Lord General Creel gripped the edge of the strategium table and listened as the litanies rolled over every frequency the orcs had not jammed. Then Helbrecht's voice cut through them. "This sector is now under Crusade authority. All loyal assets will stand, advance, or die where commanded. By the will of the God Emperor and the oath of Sigismund, the Golgothan Vale will be cleansed." Creel stared at the Vox unit. "This is Lord General Othran Creel, Supreme Commander of Golgothan Defensive Operations. Black Templar Command, you will coordinate through my bunker. I repeat, you will place your forces under established theater hierarchy." Silence answered him. Then another voice, colder than the first, replied, "This is High Marshal Helbrecht. Your hierarchy is ash. Your worlds burn. Your command has failed. Hold what remains until I decide whether it is worth preserving." Creel's staff looked at him. No one spoke. Inquisitor Holt stood on the strategium deck of the Eternal Crusader and heard the exchange. His mind marked the act cleanly. Refusal of theater command. Seizure of imperial authority. Operational insubordination in the presence of an inquisitorial observer. Below that notation, another formed against his will. The defenders would obey, not because law had moved, because salvation had arrived wearing black armor and carrying a sword. The orc blockade turned toward the newcomers in a frenzy of engine flares and gunfire. Hulks that had been chewing through crippled Imperial ships swung their crude prows around. Kill cruisers belched smoke as they accelerated. Rocks fired thrusters in every direction, some spinning as they came, others dragged by chains between ramshackle escorts. The greenskin void mass did not form a line. It became a stampede in 3 dimensions. The Black Templars met it head-on. Lance strikes reached out first, lines of white fury cutting through scrap hulls and detonating ammunition holds. Macro cannon broadsides followed, each shell a cathedral bell of death, smashing into orc plating and blasting open compartments packed with bodies. One hulk split across its midsection, spilling thousands of greenskins into space amid loose guns, burning fuel, squigs, wreckage and flailing limbs. They froze, burst, or spun away, laughing into the dark. The Eternal Crusader fired its bombardment cannons at a kill cruiser trying to ram an Imperial cruiser. The shells struck like judgment. The Orc vessel's prow vanished in a blossom of fire and pulverized metal. Its remaining mass kept coming, engines screaming, guns still firing blind. A Black Templar strike cruiser cut across its flank and launched boarding torpedoes at point-blank range. They punched through armor in clusters, drilling into the hull before detonating their assault locks. Black-armored Terminators teleported into the heart of the nearest Orc hulk, their arrival marked by lightning, displaced air, and immediate slaughter. Sword Brethren in tactical dreadnought armor advanced through a generator bay, ankle-deep in oil and Orc blood, storm bolters roaring, power fists crushing skulls the size of engine blocks. Greenskins hurled themselves at them with choppers and boarding axes, screaming with joy. They died in bursts of meat and bone. The Terminators did not slow. Thunderhawks launched from battle barges in disciplined wings, cutting through flak storms toward exposed docking wounds. Some were hit and died as burning meteors. Others slammed into Orc hulls, mag clamps screaming, assault ramps dropping before the metal had stopped shaking. Crusader squads stormed out with bolters firing and chainswords already revving, their tabards snapping in venting atmosphere. Marshal Aurelian Voss led the boarding of the kill cruiser Gorzag's Laugh. Officially, it was a target of opportunity. In truth, Voss had chosen it because its guns were tearing through the refugee transports clustered behind the broken Imperial line, and because its name annoyed him. His boarding torpedoes struck beneath the cruiser's dorsal gun line. Impact harnesses punched the breath from Garen's lungs despite his restraints. Warning runes flashed crimson. The torpedo screamed as it bored through hull plating, teeth grinding, melter charges burning, impact shocks hammering through the cramped interior. Around him, initiates sat locked in silence. Rauk was across from him, chainsword chained to one wrist, bolt pistol mag-locked at his thigh. The forward ramp blew. Atmosphere shrieked past them. Smoke, sparks, and Orc voices flooded in. "Out!" Voss commanded. The Black Templars obeyed. They entered a corridor wide enough for tanks and built with the care of a butcher's cleaver. Plates overlapped at bad angles. Glyphs had been painted in blood, oil, and luminous fungus. Imperial Aquilus looted from captured ships hung upside down from chains. Pipes spat steam. Gravity stuttered. Somewhere deeper inside the cruiser, engines hammered with a rhythm like a giant heart having a seizure. The first Orcs came at them before Garen had cleared the ramp. They were huge, green, iron-jawed things in scrap armor, firing shooters from the hip while laughing through tusks. Bolter fire met them, not lass fire, not the thin, snapping beams of mortal infantry. Bolters spoke in mass reactive thunder, each round punching into muscle before detonating inside. Orc chests burst outward. Heads disappeared in wet flashes. Arms spun away, trailing blood. One Orc took 3 bolts to the torso and still reached the line before Rauk's chainsword cut diagonally through its neck and shoulder, spraying Garen's face with hot, black-red fluid. Garen fired. His bolt pistol bucked in his hands. The shot struck an Orc in the cheek and blew the back of its skull across the wall in a fan of brains and bone. The body ran 2 more steps before falling. He had seen men killed. He had seen cultists burned. He had watched executions. This was different. Astartes' warfare was not graceful. It was not the shining myth sung by frightened pilgrims. It was industrial murder performed by holy giants. It was forward motion through living resistance until nothing remained capable of resisting. The Templars did not duel the mob. They processed it. Bolters hammered. Chainswords shrieked. Combat blades punched up beneath jaws and out through skulls. Power fists struck and left torsos folded around shattered spines. Pyre blasters breathed through side corridors, filling them with blue-white flame that turned orcs into stumbling torches, their fat popping, ammunition cooking off across their bodies. "Advance," Voss said. They advanced. The corridor opened into a gun deck where orc crews were still firing massive cannons through rents in the hull. Void shields flickered weakly. Atmosphere bled into space in roaring streams. Dead orcs, living orcs, loose shells and pieces of machinery slid toward the breaches. Some vanished into the stars. Others slammed against jagged metal and burst. Right flank, cleanse the gun crews. Left, charges on the feed systems. Neophytes, with your initiates. Fall behind, and I will let the void teach you obedience. Rauk shoved Garen forward. They moved through the gun deck under fire from elevated scrap platforms. A bolt clipped Garen's pauldron and spun him half around. Rauk caught him by the backplate and hurled him behind a shell rack as a storm of crude rounds hammered the deck where he had been. "Do not admire the enemy's aim," Rauk growled. "Kill the hand that holds the gun." Garen leaned out and fired twice. One shot missed. The second took an orc through the throat. It fell from the platform, hit a pipe, and split open on the edge of a rotating ammunition belt. A Pyre Blaster team moved past them. The initiate carrying the weapon braced, pilot light flaring. His brother opened the fuel feed. Flame filled the platform. Orcs screamed, not in fear, but rage, their bodies blackening as they tried to leap down into the Templars. One landed still burning and swung a chopper into an initiate's helm, cracking the ceramite. The Templar drove a combat blade into its eye and kept pushing until the hilt struck bone. "Charges set," came a Vox report. "Continue to reactor spine," Voss ordered. They went deeper. The cruiser fought them like a wounded animal. Bulkheads slammed without warning. Gravity failed in sections and returned hard enough to break mortal legs. Ammunition stores cooked off behind them. Orcs counterattacked from maintenance ducts, from ceiling gantries, from holes cut through their own walls. Every chamber became a slaughterhouse. In zero gravity, blood drifted in globules until bolter shockwaves burst them into mist. Severed limbs spun slowly through lumen beams. A Templar with half his helm torn away fired until an orc power claw closed around his head and crushed it like fruit. Rauk killed the knob responsible by driving his chainsword through its belly and sawing upward until organs, ribs, and black blood spilled into the air. Voss never stopped moving. He fought with a power sword in one hand and a combi melter in the other, his voice calm over the Vox. "Brother Damric, breach that wall. Brother Otho, silence the upper gun. Neophyte Garen, to your feet. You are not dead enough to rest." Garen stood, though his legs shook. He no longer knew how long they had been inside the kill cruiser. Time had become muzzle flash, shouted vows, pain, and the endless wet impact of bodies meeting sacred violence. At the reactor spine, the air tasted of copper and burning fungus. The chamber was vast, built around a throbbing engine core that should never have functioned, and yet did through orc certainty, brutal mechanics, and spite. Pistons hammered, coils spat green lightning, grots ran screaming between control panels until stray rounds reduced them to red smears. A mech boy in a welding mask shrieked curses from an overhead cage, firing a crackling weapon that turned one Templar serf into a shower of sparks and cooked organs. "That's mine, Humies," the mech boy screamed. "Mine engine, mine Daka, mine ship." Voss lifted his combi melter. "No." The shot hit the cage. Metal became sun-hot liquid. The mech boy vanished inside his own scream. Melter teams advanced to the reactor casing. Orcs surged to stop them. The fighting became hand-to-hand, body to body, armor grinding against muscle, blades clogging, pistols fired into mouths and bellies at point-blank range. Garin found himself beneath an orc twice his size, its breath hot and rotten, its teeth snapping inches from his face. His bolt pistol was trapped. His knife hand shook. Rauk's lesson struck harder than fear. Mercy is not kindness if it permits heresy to breathe. This was not heresy. This was Xenos filth. Worse. Simpler. Garin drove the knife up beneath the orc's jaw. The blade stuck. He screamed, not in terror but effort, and forced it deeper with both hands until the point entered the brain. The orc spasmed, crushing him beneath its weight. He shoved, gagging as blood flooded over his chest plate. Rauk dragged the corpse off him. "Better," the initiate said. The melter charges armed with a rising whine. "Withdraw," Voss ordered. "Leave the beast to burn." They fought backward through smoke and failing gravity. The kill cruiser was dying around them. Its reactor pulse became uneven. Green lightning crawled along walls. Orcs still came, because orcs always came while there was something left to hit. The Templars killed them until the corridors behind were carpeted in bodies thick enough to slow retreat. Boarding torpedoes and thunderhawks received the survivors through docking wounds that widened as the hull tore itself apart. Garin was hurled into a restraint harness by Rauk and locked down hard enough to bruise through his undersuit. Through the open assault ramp, he saw the reactor breach. Light erupted from the heart of Gorzag's laugh. The kill cruiser split down its spine. Fire burst through every gunport, every launch bay, every wound the Templars had carved into it. The hull bent, cracked and peeled apart. Orcs spilled into space by the thousands, some still firing as they died. Chunks of ship turned end over end through the void. The shockwave slapped the Thunderhawk and sent warning runes crawling across every panel. No one cheered. Voss looked through the ramp at the burning wreck. Market cleansed. On the Eternal Crusader, Severian stood alone in the chapel of the Black Sword as the kill cruiser died beyond the armored glass. The explosion painted his armor in brief, bloody gold. For a moment, the reflection was not his. He saw the throne again, teeth and brass, smoke and bone, a crowned beast laughing beneath a torn sky. Then the vision deepened. Behind the orc shape stood another figure, robed in flayed scripture, its hands raised in blessing over a field of corpses. Around its head burned a halo of warp fire, not bright, but black at the heart, devouring the light around it. The dead sang with open throats. The beast laughed because it thought the war belonged to him. The priest smiled because he knew better. Severian's gauntlet tightened around the black sword. Grimaldus stood in the chapel doorway, watching him. "You have seen more." "Yes," Severian said. "The beast?" "Not alone." The Reclusiarch stepped closer, skull helm beneath one arm, face carved by shadow. "Name what waits behind it." Severian stared into the void where the orc ship's corpse burned among the stars. "A priest of the abyss," he said, "and he wears a halo made of damnation." The sky above Golgotha Secundus became iron. Drop pods fell first, black and burning, their descent trails cutting through the poisoned clouds like wounds cauterized by fire. They came in waves too disciplined to be called a rain, and too numerous to be mistaken for a raid. Each pod screamed through flak bursts and ash storms, its machine spirit howling hymn code as it plunged toward the equatorial hive belt. Orc guns reached up in mad celebration, filling the heavens with rockets, tracer fire, crude shells, and streams of burning debris. Some pods died before landing, split open in mid-air, spilling armored bodies through flame and smoke. Most did not. They struck like verdicts. A pod hit a manufactorum roof and punched through 10 levels before locking open amid molten machinery and screaming greenskins. Another smashed into a pilgrim square already buried under corpses, its assault ramps blasting down to crush the dead flatter beneath them. Another landed inside a hab block, pulverizing 3 floors and opening like a black flower in the dust, its warriors stepping into battle with bolters already firing. Thunderhawks followed, roaring through flak storms with engines screaming and armor scorched white by atmospheric entry. They descended beneath the cover of lance strikes from orbit, their hulls shuddering as crude orc fire hammered them from broken towers and looted anti-aircraft platforms. One gunship lost a wing and turned into a spinning comet, crashing through a chapel dome and detonating inside the nave. The warriors aboard died without ever reaching the ground. No diversion was ordered, no pause was granted. Other Thunderhawks came on through the smoke. Mass landers opened their bellies over the ash wastes west of Hive Malachor, disgorging armor in grinding columns. Land Raider Crusaders rolled down assault ramps, their black hulls marked with crusade seals, kill tallies and chains looped over reinforced plating. Rhinos and impulsors formed behind them in disciplined ranks. Repulsors hovered above the cracked ground, grav plates churning ash into choking spirals. Drop pod locator beacons blinked through the murk. Tech marines signaled in binharic bursts. Chaplains walked between the advancing vehicles, Crozius heads raised, skull helms turned toward the burning hive. Hive Malachor filled the horizon like a continent raised upright and then set on fire. 30 billion souls had once been recorded within its walls, though the number had always been a lie. No administratum census counted the sump-born correctly. No noble house declared its hidden labor vaults. No corpse guild reported how many workers died inside its rendering engines. Malachor had been a city of stacks, spires, manufactoria, corpse mills, transit arteries, shrine plazas, water towers, hab warrens and deep vaults. Now half of it belonged to the orcs, and half to things that still wore human skin, while carving blasphemies into the bones of their neighbors. The western approaches were choked with refugees. They clogged the old armored causeway in a living mass of rags, carts, wounded men, crying children, shattered militia, dragging servitors, broken priests, and hab workers with ash in their hair and terror in their mouths. They had fled the inner districts when the orcs breached the Red Foundry line and the cults rose in the underlevels. Now they stood between the Black Templar armor and the Hive's outer gate, a swarming wall of fear, too vast to turn quickly and too desperate to understand command. Castellan Merrick Halbrecht stood in the open cupola of a Land Raider Crusader named Oath of Iron, his helm turned toward the obstruction. "Vox," he said. A serf patched him through to the external amplifiers. His voice rolled across the causeway, magnified until it shook dust from the broken statues lining the road. "By authority of the Crusade, clear the advance." The refugees looked back. Some saw the tanks, some saw the black giants, some fell to their knees and prayed. Some tried to move, most could not. The press of bodies was too dense. Panic moved through them faster than obedience. A cart overturned, men screamed. A wounded guard trooper was trampled beneath boots and bare feet. A priest lifted a reliquary and cried that angels had come. The road did not clear. Merrick waited 3 heartbeats. "Once," he said. Marshal Aurelian Voss stood beside the command tank, one boot planted on the hull of a wrecked chimera, half buried in ash. They heard. They failed. Merrick turned his helm slightly. "Penal columns forward. Servitor teams with shock mauls. Clear the road." The order passed down the line. Iron-collared deserters and debt-marked penal troops were driven ahead of the armored spearhead by Black Templar serfs and whip-limbed servitors. Shock mauls crackled. Warning shots snapped above the crowd. The refugees surged and screamed. Some were beaten aside. Some were dragged under the treads of reversing vehicles and crushed before anyone could stop them. A man clung to the front plating of a rhino until a servitor hooked him through the shoulder and tore him free, leaving meat and cloth smeared across the black armor. Those who tried to force their way toward the Templars were shoved back at gunpoint. Those who attacked the penal troops were clubbed down and left twitching in the ash. The Black Templars did not laugh. They did not spit on the civilians. They did not revel in it. They simply advanced when the way opened. Inquisitor Holt watched from the rear hatch of an armored command carrier attached to the spearhead. His augmetic eyes recorded the act without mercy, because that was what they had been made to do. The causeway behind the first land raiders was wet with blood and churned flesh. Refugees continued to scream prayers at the passing tanks, not knowing whether they had been saved or condemned. Holt voxed Marshal Voss directly. "You are driving through loyal subjects." Voss's reply came as calm as a blade laid on an altar. "I am driving toward the enemy. They are Imperial citizens. So are the billions behind that gate. The distinction will comfort the dead." "No," Voss said. "Victory will." The Vox clicked silent. Holt looked toward Hive Malachor and saw the western wall vomiting smoke. Orc banners hung from towers built over Imperial bastions. Crude glyphs had been painted across statues of saints. Heavy guns flashed from smashed defense ports. Beneath them, on lower terraces, human figures moved in processions that were too orderly for refugees and too joyous for survivors. Some carried censers, some carried knives, some carried severed heads by the hair. Holt understood the logic. That did not absolve it. The Black Templars entered the first shell district in waves. Crusader squads deployed from rhinos and land raiders, not scattered, but layered around their initiates. Each squad was a hard knot of veterans and aspirants, the black-armored initiates forming the killing edge, the neophytes close behind or beside them, depending on the terrain and the cruelty of their mentors. Sword brothers gave clipped orders. Initiates answered in acknowledgements or vows. Neophytes learned by watching men larger than legends move through horror without flinching. Garen ran at Rauk's side through a Hab avenue where ash fell so thick it turned daylight into a grey smear. His armor was lighter than an initiate's, his plate still marked by training scars and fresh devotional script. A bolt pistol was locked in his hand. A combat blade rode at his hip. The air stank of promethium, sewage, cooked meat, and orc breath. "Keep close," Rauk voxed. "Not behind. Close. If I must turn to save you, I will mark the failure on your bones." "Yes, Lord." "No fear." "No fear," Garen answered, though fear lived inside his chest like a trapped animal. An orc mob burst from a side transit tunnel, roaring into the avenue with choppers raised and big shooters hammering. The first line of Templars fired. Bolter shells punched into green bodies and detonated, bursting torsos into black blood and shredded muscle. An orc's arm spun away, still gripping its weapon. Another lost half its head and kept running until an initiate split it from collarbone to pelvis with a chains ward. The mob hit the Crusader squad like a wave against teeth. Garen fired too soon. His first shot struck armor scrap and ricocheted into the wall. His second disappeared into smoke. Then something huge slammed into him and drove him against a shrine pillar hard enough to crack the stone. It was not a full orc, but a smaller greenskin, broad and snarling, its eyes red with simple murder. Its knife punched down and skidded across Garen's chest plate. He shoved his pistol under its jaw and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The weapon had not chambered after the last misfire. The greenskin shrieked and bit at his vambrace, teeth scraping ceramite. Garen panicked and dropped the pistol. His hand found his combat blade. He stabbed. The first blow went into the creature's shoulder. The second scraped bone. The third punched under the ribs. The fourth went into its throat. Hot blood flooded over his gauntlet. The thing thrashed, spraying spit and gore into his face, and he kept stabbing because it would not stop moving. When it finally sagged, Garen was still driving the blade into meat. Rauk seized him by the gorget and hurled him sideways. Garen struck the ground, gasping. "Enough! It is dead!" Garen stared at the twitching body. Rauk struck him across the helm. "Reload!" "My pistol jammed." "Then clear it." Rauk hit him again, harder. "Clear it. Reload. Kill again. Trembling is for after victory, and victory is for those who do not tremble." Garin grabbed the bolt pistol with bloody fingers, cleared the failed round, slammed the magazine home, and rose. Ahead, the street had become a butcher's channel. Pyre blasters swept Hab doorways with sanctified flame. Orcs caught in the blasts became black shapes wrapped in screaming fire, their ammunition cooking off in popping bursts that tore chunks from their own bodies. A power fist struck an orc skull and pulped it so completely that the head vanished into a spray of teeth, eyes, and wet fragments. Chainswords clogged with muscle and tendon, their teeth shrieking as initiates shook them free and cut again. A thunderhammer came down on a knob's chest and flattened armor, ribs and organs into the street with a sound like a dropped engine block. Above the avenue, manufactorum catwalks shook beneath more greenskins. Big shooters hammered down, stitching sparks and chips of stone across Templar armor. A neophyte near Garin took a round through the throat. The boy fell without a sound, both hands clamped around the hole as blood pumped between his fingers. An apothecary did not stop. He looked once, decided there was nothing worth preserving, and continued toward an initiate whose progenoid glands still mattered. Garin saw that too. The lesson was everywhere. No pity. The Black Templar spearhead drove inward through the Shell district and into the outer manufactorum belt. Killer cans stomped from a machine hall, squat walkers bristling with saws, rockets, and clanking plates. A Redemptor dreadnought answered them. The Ancient came through a wall rather than a door, masonry exploding from his armored shoulders as he entered the street. His sarcophagus bore the name Brother Ethan, and his hull was covered in parchment, chains, and blackened honors. He moved with the ponderous fury of a war relic awakened from death and finding the galaxy still unworthy. His heavy onslaught cannon spun and roared, shredding the first killer can into scrap and green mist. The second charged, saw arms screaming. Ethan caught it with his fist, crushed the pilot compartment, and tore the walker open as if breaking a rib cage. The grot inside came apart in a splash of red muck. Still they come, the dreadnought boomed over external vox, his voice ancient and distorted. Good, let the Emperor's enemies be generous. The advance entered a corpse-rendering plant, where conveyor belts still moved despite the battle. Human bodies, orc bodies and pieces too ruined to name, rolled toward grinding teeth, meant for industrial reclamation. Cult symbols had been cut into the vats. Skinned corpses hung from hooks above the lines, their mouths stuffed with black candles. The walls whispered through hidden vox grills, voices reciting prayers backward. A sanctioned psyker attached to the local guard was brought forward in chains. His name was Heth. He was thin, bald, and shaking beneath a collar inscribed with warding script. His eyes were covered by a metal band, though blood leaked from beneath it. Two stormtroopers held his leash, as if distance could save them from what he was. The Templars around him turned their helms with open disgust. Heth fell to his knees before Grimaldus, who had entered the plant with a squad of chaplains and sword brethren. "My lord," the psyker whispered, "there is a depth beneath the cathedral, a beacon, bones that sing. Something is opening under the altar." Grimaldus looked down at him, as one might regard a venomous serpent that had learned useful speech. "You see this? I hear it. I hear the dead astropaths. They are not dead cleanly. They are bound into a choir of pain. The orcs are the hammer, but the shadow beneath them is worse. Please, Lord, the veil is thin. If the killing continues at this scale, the killing will continue until the enemy is ash." Heth trembled. "Then the ash may speak." A chaplain raised his bolt pistol. Grimaldus lifted one hand, and the weapon lowered. "Chain him tighter," the Reclusiarch said. "Blindfold him again if he tears the band free. Gag him when he is not useful. If his voice changes, burn him before the second word." Heth bowed his head and wept soundlessly. Grimaldus turned away. "The witch is a blade without a hilt. We shall use him until the edge turns." The battle rose toward Malakor's Gate of Saints. Once, The gate had been a triumphal arch large enough for Titan passage, its front carved with martyrs, crusaders and saints bearing lanterns toward the Emperor's light. Now orcs had welded plates over the faces, hung chains from the statues, and mounted heavy guns in the eye sockets of saintly reliefs. Looted tanks formed a barricade before it, their hulls daubed with glyphs and crude jokes. A stomper loomed behind the gate's left bastion, firing wildly into the Templar advance, its belly cannon belching shells that turned streets into fountains of masonry and flesh. Castellan Merrick did not seek a subtler path. He stood atop Oath of Iron as shells hammered the ground around him. Gate of Saints, full breach, armored wedge, crusader squads in the wake, sword brethren with me. Voss's voice cut across the command channel. The gate guns are not silenced. They will be busy. Your confidence is noted. My faith is sufficient. The Land Raider Crusaders advanced. Hurricane bolters opened in sustained fury, pouring streams of mass reactive death into the Orc barricade. Assault cannons chewed through scrap armor. Multi-melters fired at close range, turning looted tank plates into glowing slag. Rhinos flanked them, deploying initiates into cover positions. Repulsors added heavy fire from behind, their cannons hammering the gate while smoke launchers filled the avenue with black clouds. The Stomper fired. The shell struck the Land Raider beside Oath of Iron and blew it apart in a storm of armor fragments, fire and bodies. A sword brother was hurled into the air, his legs gone, his torso spinning through smoke before vanishing beneath the tracks of the next vehicle. Oath of Iron kept moving. Its front plating struck a wall of wreckage, climbed, ground forward, and smashed through into the barricade with enough force to crush an orc truck flat beneath its treads. The assault ramp slammed down. Sword brethren charged into the densest mass of greenskins. Merrick led them, power sword bright in one hand, storm shield locked to the other. Around him, veterans in black armor carved into the orc line with the controlled savagery of men fulfilling a vow written before their births. Thunder hammers rose and fell. Power blades cut through scrap, meat and bone. Storm shields caught chopper blows and rocket bursts, their fields flashing under impact. Severian walked through the breach behind them. He did not run. The Emperor's champion moved with the black sword held low, every step taking him toward an orc knob, standing atop a heap of dead pilgrims near the gate's inner shrine. The knob was massive, even among its kind, armored in stolen imperial relics. A cracked reliquary plate covered one shoulder. A saint's halo had been hammered flat and bolted around its helm as a mockery. Purity seals dangled from its chest in filthy strips. Around its neck hung the severed hands of priests, each still marked with devotional tattoos. It saw Severian and bellowed, "This shiny stuff yours, Black Humie?" Severian did not answer. The knob charged, power claw snapping, chopper roaring downward. Severian stepped inside the blow and cut across its thigh. The black sword parted armor, muscle and bone. The knob staggered but did not fall, laughing through a mouth full of iron teeth. Its claw struck Severian's shoulder and tore sparks from the pauldron, dragging him sideways. He let the force turn him, then drove his blade through the knob's forearm joint and severed the claw in a burst of green blood and hydraulic fluid. The orc head-butted him. Severian reeled one step. The knob lunged, jaws wide. The black sword rose. It entered beneath the knob's chin and emerged through the top of its skull, lifting the creature onto its toes. Severian held it there while its legs kicked and its stolen relics clattered against its chest. Then he wrenched the blade free and let the body fall backward down the corpse heap. He looked at the desecrated saint's halo bolted to its helm. Only then did he speak. Returned. The Gate of Saints fell soon after. Not cleanly, not nobly. It fell in chunks beneath melter charges, dreadnought fists, and the grinding push of Land Raider hulls. The orc barricade collapsed inward. Crusader squads surged through the opening, bolters blazing, neophytes stepping over bodies and learning to keep their weapons high. Merrick planted the crusade banner in the broken road beyond the gate, while chaplains roared litanies over the Vox. The defenders of Hive Malachor heard the gate had been breached and called it deliverance. Holt stood among the wounded being left behind in the outer plaza, and was not certain the word meant anything anymore. Imperial soldiers reached out from the rubble as the Black Templars passed. Some begged for medici, some begged for water, some begged simply to be carried away from the screaming inside the walls. The Crusader squads did not stop. Apothecaries paused only for Astartes' gene seed, or warriors who could return to battle. Mortal medici teams behind the spearhead tried to gather what they could, and failed beneath the volume of ruin. Holt found Voss beside a fountain filled with blood and ash. "You are leaving them." Voss looked toward the inner hive. "I am not here to save every dying man. That is convenient." "No," Voss said. "It is war. There are loyal troops here. There are billions deeper inside. There are shield generators. There are cult altars. There are orc command nodes. There are gates yet unopened, and horrors not yet born. Every moment spent carrying one wounded guardsman is a moment granted to the enemy." Holt stepped closer. "You speak as if compassion is treason." Voss finally turned to him. His augmetic eye was black glass. His living eye was worse. "Compassion that serves the enemy is treason wearing a cleaner mask." Before Holt could answer, the ground trembled beneath them. Not from artillery, from below. Inside the Hive Cathedral beyond the Gate of Saints, far beneath the cracked nave and the saint statues blackened by orc smoke, cultists gathered in a sealed reliquary that had not been opened for 6,000 years. They wore pilgrim robes stiff with old blood. Their faces had been cut away around the mouths so they could sing wider. At their center stood a structure of bone, wire, brass, and wet parchment. Skulls lined its frame, their eye sockets filled with black light. Each skull had once belonged to an astropath. Each jaw moved though no flesh remained. Each dead tongue whispered a fragment of the same name in a voice stolen from pain. The reliquary doors groaned open. The warp-tainted beacon woke. Above, in the conquered gate plaza, Heth, the sanctioned psyker, began to scream through his gag. Blood burst from beneath his blindfold. The chains around his wrists snapped tight as he arched backward, body shaking hard enough to crack bone. Grimaldus turned toward the cathedral. The air tasted suddenly of copper, rot, and distant laughter. Severian, still wet with the knob's blood, raised the black sword and looked into the hive's burning dark. Beneath Malachor, the murdered choir began to sing. The descent beneath Hive Malachor began where victory should have been declared. Above, the Gate of Saints burned behind the Black Templars, its broken towers vomiting smoke into the dying sky. Orc bodies lay in heaps beneath the arch, hacked open, burst apart, burned down to steaming black shapes by pyre flame and melt awash. Imperial dead lay among them, thinner, smaller, crushed into the sacred road beneath tank treads and falling masonry. The crusade banner stood in the gate plaza, black cross snapping in furnace wind, while crusader squads secured the surface approaches with bolter fire and cold orders. But the true enemy had gone downward. The Hive Cathedral's nave had cracked open during the bombardment. Its marble saints leaned at broken angles, their faces shorn away by shell fragments. A golden aquila, the size of a hab tower, had fallen from the ceiling and buried an entire congregation beneath its wings. Beneath the altar, where the marble had split, stairs descended into old dark. The air rising from them smelled of corpse wax, wet parchment, stagnant water, and something sharper beneath it, like hot copper poured over rotten meat. Heth, the sanctioned psyker, writhed in his chains at the edge of the breach. His stormtrooper handlers held him at laser-gun point, while he shook so violently that the links cut into his wrists. Blood ran from beneath the iron band covering his eyes and dripped steadily from his chin. His mouth worked behind the gag, trying to form words around leather and warding wire. Every Black Templar nearby watched him with the patient hatred men reserved for a loaded gun pointed at their own hearts. Grimaldus stood before the stairwell, skull helm fixed beneath one arm, Crozius in his other hand. Around him gathered chaplains, sword brethren, initiates, and neophytes. Servo skulls drifted into the breach first, their lumen eyes flickering as the darkness swallowed them. Auspex runes blinked across wrist displays. Flamer teams checked pressure seals. Chained prisoners were dragged forward from the penal columns, men with iron collars and shaved heads, their eyes wide as they realized the honor of service had become the privilege of walking first into the dark. Marshal Voss looked into the stairwell and then toward Grimaldus. Surface resistance remains heavy. It is loud, Grimaldus said. Not true. You believe the witch. I believe what the witch fears. Heth tore the gag loose with a convulsion strong enough to rip skin from the corners of his mouth. Below, he gasped. Below the crypts, below the archives. The beacon is not calling out. It is calling through. It has tasted the Wa. It has tasted the dying. It is shaping a door. A chaplain raised his bolt pistol. Grimaldus did not look away from Heth. Let him finish. The psyker sobbed once, and when he spoke again, his voice was almost sane. The orcs are not the invasion. They are the hammer. They cracked the city so the rot could breathe. Governors, priests, medici, overseers, officers, all marked, all listening. He planted them years ago. He waited for despair to make them fertile. Holt stood behind the Templars, his coat stained with ash and the blood of men he had stepped over because the advance had not slowed. He, Heth turned his blinded face toward the Inquisitor. Apostle, he whispered. Malrek Vane. The name is a hook. Do not say it in prayer. Do not say it where the dead can hear. Grimaldus stepped close enough for the psyker to feel the cold weight of him. You will guide us until your usefulness ends. Heth laughed, a small broken sound. It has already heard me. Then let it hear this. Grimaldus placed his skull helm over his head. His voice emerged from the vox grill as iron scripture. The sons of Sigismund descend. Let every shadow below learn fear before it is burned. The chaplains opened the tunnel with litanies. Their voices rolled through the cathedral breach, amplified through armor vox and portable shrine speakers carried by servitors whose backs had been flayed and replaced with bronze reliquary plates. The words struck the darkness in waves. No comfort lived in them. They were not songs for the frightened. They were weapons made from doctrine, every phrase a commandment, every vow an execution order. The first chained prisoners were shoved down the stairs with shock mauls. They carried lumen rods and no weapons. Behind them moved servo skulls and auspex cherubs. Behind those came the Black Templars. They passed from the ruined nave into the noble crypts, where the dead aristocracy of Malachor had been stacked in marble vaults for thousands of years. Sarcophagi lined the walls in endless ranks. Many had been opened from within. Others had been cracked by tools. Noble skulls wore crowns of rusted wire and candle wax. Family banners hung upside down, daubed with symbols that made the eye recoil. One corpse, preserved in stasis until the power failed, had been nailed to its own tomb lid and filled with vox wire. It whispered tax codes in a dead woman's voice until a pyre blaster washed it in flame. No one paused. From the crypts they entered administratum archives older than several dynasties. The corridors were narrow, canyoned between towers of parchment, cogitator stacks, and brass filing engines. Servo scribes hung from ceiling rails, dead in their harnesses, quills still clutched in finger bones. Here the cult had written its first open scripture. Entire walls were covered in names of loyal officers, marked for replacement, tithe routes marked for sabotage, medici shipments diverted to plague shelters, gate codes copied in the hands of men who had later died as martyrs on the surface. Holt read as much as he could while keeping pace. The corruption was not panic born from invasion. It was architecture. It had roots in the governor's court, in the cathedral hierarchy, in the corpse guilds, in the medici scholums, in the manufactorum overseers who controlled rations and shifts, even in the guard liaison offices responsible for shield coordination. The orcs had not brought the city down. They had struck a structure already eaten hollow. He thought of the Black Templars ordering crowds aside at gunpoint, burning districts on suspicion, chaining the witch, and listening only until his voice shook. For the first time, he wondered whether their hatred of weakness was not blindness, but adaptation. The lower they went, the less human the hive became. Plague shelters opened onto chambers full of bodies, arranged too neatly to be victims of shelling. Water processing catacombs echoed with dripping sounds that were not always water. In corpse silos, conveyor pits had jammed under the mass of dead, dumped without rites. Some bodies wore guard uniforms, some wore priestly robes, some were orcs carved with human symbols. Rats moved beneath the skin of bloated piles. Servo skulls found heat traces among them, and flamer teams turned the pits into roaring furnaces. Fat melted, bones split. The stink became a physical thing pressing against the inside of Garen's helm. He followed Rauk through it with his bolt pistol ready and his combat blade loose in its sheath. The neophyte had thought the surface was hell. The surface had been simple. Green bodies came forward. Black armor advanced. Weapons answered. This was worse because the enemy hid in the shape of those who should have been saved. The first Hab Warren purge came beneath the water catacombs. A settlement of survivors had barricaded itself inside an old shelter complex around a shrine to St. Corda. Hundreds of them knelt when the Templars entered. They were thin, filthy, terrified, some wounded, some clutching icons. Children hid behind broken machine housings. Old men raised their hands. A priest with a bandaged head crawled forward, begging deliverance. Auspex returns showed life signs beyond the rear bulkheads. Too many for the room. Heat signatures in maintenance tunnels. Chemical traces of explosive compounds. 3 of the kneeling men had fresh cuts carved into their palms in the pattern found on the archive walls. Castellan Merrick's order came through the Vox. Contain. Screen by fire if resistance begins. The priest cried, "My lords, we are loyal. We held the shrine. We prayed. We waited." Rauk aimed his bolter at the man's chest, then remained still and be judged. Someone in the crowd screamed, not in fear, in command. The rear bulkheads blew outward. Cultists poured through the smoke with knives, laser guns, mining charges, and teeth filed to points. A child-shaped charge detonated beneath a sword brother and blew one of his legs off at the knee. The kneeling priest sprang up with a blade from his sleeve and was torn in half by Rauk's first bolter shot, his spine and ribs painting the shrine behind him. Then the room became slaughter. Templars fired into the packed bodies because there was no clean line between faithful and infected. Pyre flame swept the left side of the chamber, turning robes, hair, and parchment icons into a screaming wall of orange light. Cultists ran burning into loyal civilians. Civilians became torches. Garen saw a man trying to tear a black symbol from his own chest with his fingernails, while a neophyte shot him twice because he was running toward the line. A woman of the hive shrieked that she was pure, then opened her mouth too wide and vomited black flies until a chainsword removed her head. Garen hesitated. A boy not much younger than him stood among the smoke, holding a detonator in both hands. His face was blank with terror or worship. There was no time to tell which. Rauk's voice struck Garen through the Vox. "Decide." The boy's thumb moved. Garen fired. The bolt struck the boy below the collarbone and detonated inside him. His chest opened in a red burst, the detonator spinning away with one severed hand. The explosion never came. Garen stared at what he had done. Rauk shoved past him and shot another cultist through the face. "Doubt is a wound," the initiate said. "Leave it open and you bleed others with it. The purge ended in minutes. The screaming lasted longer. Those still alive were bound, scanned, marked or killed, according to signs Garin could barely follow. Some were certainly guilty. Others may only have been afraid. The Templars did not possess the time to separate fear from corruption. They treated uncertainty as ground that belonged to the enemy until burned clean. Garin looked down at the ruined boy. Rauk saw him looking. "Remember him," Garin swallowed. "As a warning? As a mercy? You killed him before whatever held him could use him further." The words did not comfort him. They were not meant to. In the ossuary tunnels beneath the shelter complex, the cult finally stopped hiding. The passage widened into a subterranean reliquary where bones had been mortared into the walls in patterns of imperial devotion. Skulls of martyrs lined niches, femurs formed arches, finger bones created mosaics of saints carrying flame. The Black Templars entered in 2 columns, chaplains at the center, chained prisoners ahead, servo skulls drifting above. The litanies were still playing through the vox grills when the bones began to move. Hands burst from the walls. Mutants crawled out of St. Mosaics, skin grey and split, arms too long, faces sewn with scraps of scripture. Traitor guardsmen rose from bone pits in cracked flak armor, their eyes painted black, laser guns already firing. Corpse-painted fanatics dropped from ceiling vaults with hooked chains. From the far end came 3 ogrins whose bodies had been swollen by warp touch, their skins stretched tight around muscle and tumor, their mouths filled with brass teeth hammered into bleeding gums. The ambush closed like a jaw. "Hold formation," Grimaldus voxed. "Let them break upon faith." Bolters fired at arm's length. The sound in the tunnel became unbearable. Mass reactive shells detonated bodies so close that gore slapped across eye lenses in sheets. Chainswords threw meat across saint statues. A power axe split a demon touched Ogrin from shoulder to groin, and the thing's organs spilled out as a nest of twitching black ropes that tried to bite the warrior who had freed them. A chaplain crushed a mutant's skull with his crozius, then used the backswing to break another's spine against a bone pillar. Garin fired until his pistol locked empty. A cultist tackled him, both of them crashing into a wall of skulls. The man stank of sweat, blood and incense gone sour. He had nails driven through his cheeks and a grenade clutched in one hand. Garin trapped the wrist, head-butted him, drew his blade and rammed it under the ribs. The cultist laughed blood into his helm grill. "The door opens," the man gurgled. Garin twisted the knife. "Not for you." Rauk dragged him clear as the grenade rolled loose. An initiate kicked it into a bone pit, where it detonated among crawling mutants and hurled limbs, teeth and skull fragments into the air. Ahead, Severian moved through the carnage, as if following a thread only he could see. The black sword cut without flourish. A traitor officer raised a power saber and died with his heart split. A mutant lunged from a reliquary niche and lost both arms before its feet touched the ground. Severian reached the central ossuary shrine, where the bone patterns twisted away from imperial symbolism into something older and hungrier. He placed one gauntlet against the skull of a martyr, whose jaw was chattering without sound. The vision struck him hard enough to make him stagger. He saw Gorzag Iron Teeth laughing on a throne of teeth and brass. But now the throne was not merely orc scrap. It was built over a gate. Behind the war boss stood Malrek Vane, robed in flayed scripture, hands raised not in worship of the beast, but in direction. The Wa was a storm. The apostle was building a lightning rod from murdered astropaths, mass death and broken faith. Every orc roar, every human scream, every shell impact, every dying prayer fed the same wound. The crowned beast was not the master of the vision. It was the key. Severian opened his eyes. "The war boss is being used," he said. Grimaldus crushed the last crawling mutant beneath his boot and turned. "By the apostle." The beast breaks the wall. The priest opens the gate. Holt heard the exchange while standing over the corpse of a traitor guard captain whose uniform still bore loyal command seals. His mind raced through the reports. Astropathic choirs dying first. Vox routes corrupted. Psyker warnings twisted. Command officers compromised. Shield codes betrayed. Every attempt to communicate through sanctioned psychic channels had not clarified the war. It had fed the beacon. The more the defenders reached into the warp for help, the more something reached back through them. He looked at Heth. The sanctioned psyker stood chained between two Templars, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. His lips moved. At first, Holt thought he was praying. Then Heth spoke in a voice not his own. Black little blades in a corpse god's fist. The Templars nearest him aimed instantly. Grimaldus turned with glacial slowness. Heth smiled. Blood ran down from beneath his blindfold. He hears you. He hears your chains. He hears the hollow throne you call holy. He says the cross is only another shape for a gate. Execute, Grimaldus said. The bolt pistol shot took Heth in the chest, not the head. His body slammed backward, but the thing inside him laughed through the ruin of his lungs. The second shot destroyed his skull. He dropped bonelessly, chains clattering against stone. Burn it, Grimaldus ordered. A pyreblaster washed the corpse in white flame until it curled black. When the fire died, the chaplain ordered it burned again. After that, a serf scattered blessed oils and grey salt over the ashes while murmuring warding cant. No one objected, not even Holt. They found the beacon chamber beneath the ossuary, inside a pre-imperial vault whose walls were not built to human proportion. The sealed reliquary had been opened from within. At its center rose the dead choir. Astropath skulls hung in a cage of brass wire and wet bone. Their jaws moved. Their eye sockets burned with black light. Cables ran from them into a pulsing core wrapped in skin parchment. Around the device knelt choir servitors, long dead, their mouths stretched by hooks, their lungs replaced with bellows that moved without machinery. Every mouth opened at once. Malrek Vane spoke through them. Helbrecht, said the dead choir, its many voices scraping together. High Marshal, High King, Legion Master in denial. The chamber shook. The Templars raised weapons. Grimaldus lifted his Crozius. The dead mouths smiled. You gather what Guilliman feared. You hide it beneath vows. You call it crusade because the older word tastes of treason. But I see you, sons of Sigismund. I see the Legion wearing a chapter's mask. Severian stepped forward, black sword raised. The choir laughed, and the sound came with flies from dead throats. Come then, burn my altars, slay my beasts, save this sector by butchering it. Let the Imperium watch. Let terror count your victories in corpses and understand the shape of its salvation. The black light in the skulls flared. In the end, they will fear you more than they fear us. The Golgothan veil filled with black crosses. They came from war zones that had no names left, from shrine systems whose bells still rang beneath alien siege, from asteroid keeps hidden in dead belts, from pilgrim routes stained by corsair. Blood, from Xenos hunts so distant that their reports had not yet reached any Imperial archive. Strike cruisers translated from the warp, with their hulls scorched by impossible colors. Escorts limped in with armor torn open, and gun decks still hot from battles abandoned only because the High Marshal had called. Battle barges emerged like armored cathedrals dragged from nightmare, their prows crowned with statues, chains, and sanctified scars. Each fleet claimed itself independent. Each bore its own oath, its own dead, its own marshal or castellan, its own neophyte lines, its own armory rites, its own gene seed vaults, its own reliquary chapels, its own records sealed by wax, blood, and refusal. Yet when the summons sounded, they came as if a single heartbeat beneath all that black ceramite. Inquisitor Lord Valens Holt watched the strategic hololith aboard the Eternal Crusader and felt the shape of the lie reveal itself. Not treason. That would have been cleaner. Treason had banners. Treason declared itself in blood, iconography, and madness. Treason could be named, hunted, burned. This was worse because it was loyal. The Black Templars did not gather beneath the eye of terror. They did not mutter oaths to the ruinous powers. They did not deny the Emperor. They worshipped him with a purity so violent that it seemed to make accusation wither in the mouth. Their warriors knelt before relics, chained weapons to their gauntlets, recovered gene seed from butchered brothers with reverence, and hurled themselves into wars the wider Imperium was too slow, too tired, or too afraid to fight. And still, the word chapter had become dangerously small. Holt stood alone in a cipher chamber beneath the strategium while the ship vibrated with mustering rites. Around him, warding plates hummed. A hooded Lex mechanic, mind wiped after each sealed transmission, waited beside a cogitator bank of black brass. Holt dictated with care, each sentence sharpened until it could survive scrutiny on terror. The Black Templars prosecute the Golgothan campaign with overwhelming success. Their void intervention has broken significant elements of the Orc blockade. Their ground forces have breached Hive Malachor and exposed extensive heretic infiltration beneath the cathedral infrastructure. Their zeal remains beyond question. Their loyalty, as expressed in action, remains directed toward the throne. He paused. The Lex mechanic's quill limbs hovered above the parchment feed. Holt continued. However, their operational scale cannot be reconciled with conventional chapter classification. Crusade fleets answering High Marshal Helbrecht's summons now represent a concentration of Adeptus Astartes strength that makes the term chapter strategically misleading. Their formations are self-replenishing, fleet-based, independently commanded, and logistically complete. They recruit, train, arm, worship, judge, and deploy without reliance upon a fixed fortress monastery or conventional imperial command structure. The words felt too thin for what he had seen. He saw again the hololith blooming with crusade markers. He saw lines of black armor kneeling in weapon chapels. He saw deserters executed with sacramental calm. He saw refugees beaten aside because the road mattered more than their terror. He saw warriors bypass wounded soldiers and call it necessity. He saw victories paid for in bodies so casually counted that only an inquisitor had the leisure to be horrified. Assessment, Holt said, and his voice lowered. No loyal force should be this independent. No warrior brotherhood, however faithful, should be able to assume legion-scale function by the convergence of dispersed fleets. I do not yet recommend censure. I do not name them renegade. I state only that the Imperium may have created, tolerated, or failed to prevent the return of a structure Lord Guilliman sought to end. The Lex mechanic's quills scratched faster. Holt looked toward the sealed bulkhead as distant bells began tolling again. Addendum. Any attempt to forcibly audit, restrain, divide, or disarm them during active crusade would likely result in catastrophic refusal, if not open conflict with forces otherwise loyal to the Emperor. Extreme caution is advised. He sealed the transmission beneath triple cipher and inquisitorial mark. Then he stood in silence, listening to the ship pray for war. The War Council convened beneath banners old enough to have forgotten the names of the men who first carried them. The strategium of the Eternal Crusader had been transformed. Candles burned in ranks along iron rails, their flames trembling in recycled air. Relic skulls watched from alcoves, some crowned with laurel, others split by blades and mended with silver pins. Chainswords rested point down before their owners like knightly blades planted before judgment. Marshals and castellans stood in a crescent beneath hanging crusade standards, each warrior a fortress of black plate, white shoulder, and devotional iron. Sword brethren lined the walls. Chaplains occupied the shadows, their skull helms pale in the candle smoke. At the center, the hololith showed 3 wars devouring one another. The Orc fleet still raged above Golgotha Secundus, diminished but not broken. Hive Malakor's lower levels pulsed with corruption marks, spreading through old infrastructure. Across the system, St. Corda's Rest broadcast intermittent martyr signals through static and screams. The Shrine World's pilgrim routes burned like nerve lines under assault, and beneath the data flicker, astropathic ghosts formed and vanished like faces drowning under black water. Helbrecht stood before it all, massive, still, and terrible. Marshal Aurelian Voss spoke first. His armor was freshly scored from the boarding of the Orc kill cruiser, a deep gouge across his breastplate still crusted with alien blood. The blockade remains the immediate threat. If the Orc void mass is not broken, ground victories become temporary. Their hulks continue feeding bodies and machines into the war zone. Strike the fleet, kill the engines, let the planets choke on what is already below. Castellan Merrick Halbrecht answered from across the hololith. Hive Malakor cannot be left to fester. The beacon beneath the cathedral is active. The cult infrastructure reaches command, shield, Medicae, and supply lines. Every hour we spend in orbit grants the Apostle another altar. A marshal from the newly arrived pyre of Dawn Crusade struck the butt of his chainsword against the deck. St. Corda's Rest calls for relief. A shrine world's desecration poisons more than soil. Pilgrim populations are being gathered, not merely slaughtered. That has purpose, heretic purpose. We abandon it, and the enemy turns faith itself into a weapon. Another commander growled, "We are stretched across too many wounds." Grimaldus stepped forward. The argument ended without command. His skull helm turned from warrior to warrior. You speak of void mass, hive corruption, shrine desecration, as if they are separate enemies. They are symptoms. The infection is spiritual. The Orc is appetite. The cult is rot. The Apostle is the mind that makes both useful. Voss inclined his scarred head. Then name the cure, Reclusiarch. Fire, Grimaldus said. Faith, blades in the dark, and no mercy given to hesitation. Merrick looked to Helbrecht. High Marshal. Helbrecht let the chamber wait. The candles guttered. Somewhere in the deck below, dreadnought sarcophagi were being awakened. The sound came faintly through the ship, a low metallic moan like tomb doors opening beneath the sea. We do all of it, Helbrecht said. No one spoke. He touched the hololith, and the system unfolded into assault routes. Void decapitation continues under Marshal Draven and the Sword of Judgment. No hulk leaves the blockade intact. Cripple them, board them, burn them from within. Marshal Voss maintains pressure inside Hive Malakor and drives toward the beacon's route. Castellan Merrick will expand the purge through the manufacturum belts and secure landing corridors for heavier armor. Grimaldus will identify and excise the spiritual wound wherever it spreads. His hand moved to St. Corda's Rest. And I will not permit the Apostle to crown his beast upon a shrine world. A murmur moved among the marshals. Not dissent, recognition. Helbrecht's eyes hardened. We are not a company. We are not a garrison. We are not a ledger's comfort. We are a crusade. We were made for wars too large for timid hands. Holt watched from the edge of the chamber, uninvited to speak, but allowed to witness. That was the pattern again. The Black Templars did not hide their power from him. They placed it before him like a blade on a table, and dared him to call it unlawful while worlds burned.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
They had no homeworld to besiege, no single fortress monastery to isolate, no central barracks from which their strength could be counted and contained. Their fleets were monasteries, armories, barracks, cathedrals, courts, and execution grounds. A crusade fleet could recruit from a conquered world, test boys beneath the eyes of chaplains, implant those who survived, train them beside initiates, arm them from its own vaults, bury its dead in shipboard reliquaries, and continue onward without ever asking a planetary governor for permission to exist. A legion did not require the word legion. It required mass, loyalty, command, self-sufficiency, and will. The chamber doors opened. A robed astropath was guided in by 2 serfs and 1 Black Templar with a drawn blade. The astropath's eyes had been sewn shut with silver wire. His lips were cracked from the strain of holding a message that had crossed the storm under authority greater than any present, except the Emperor himself. He knelt, shaking. The serf beside him spoke. Message sealed beneath the authority of the Lord Commander of the Imperium. The title tightened the air. Even among the Black Templars, Guilliman's name was not a thing to be spat upon. He was a Primarch, a son of the Emperor, Lord of Ultramar, architect of the Codex, the living regent of a dying empire, a figure too vast for simple contempt and too political for simple reverence. Helbrecht turned fully toward the astropath. Speak. The astropath opened his mouth. A voice not his own emerged, controlled, distant, burdened by command. To High Marshal Helbrecht of the Black Templars, by authority of the Lord Commander, provide immediate force disposition, crusade strength, operational hierarchy, and strategic intent within the Golgothan Vale. All Adeptus Astartes assets engaged in theatre are to submit coordination reports to Imperial Command Structure for integration with wider Indomitus-era defensive operations. Clarify chapter strength and fleet concentration without delay. Compliance is expected in the name of Imperial unity. The voice ended. The astropath collapsed forward, blood dripping from his stitched eyes. Silence followed. Holt watched Helbrecht closely. The High Marshal did not sneer. He did not curse Guilliman. He did not indulge the easy blasphemy of lesser pride. Instead, he bowed his head a fraction, the acknowledgement of one warlord to a greater bloodline, though not of one servant to a clerk. Prepare answer, Helbrecht said. A servo skull drifted forward with a recording shrine. Helbrecht spoke clearly. To the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Robut Guilliman, son of the Emperor, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Regent of Terra. Your command is received. The Black Templars are engaged in active crusade within the Golgothan Vale. Orc invasion, heretic infrastructure, and warp breach activity threaten 7 worlds, 3 forge moons, 2 shrine stations, and loyal populations beyond immediate census. Operational clarity will be provided when the enemy is dead enough to permit parchment its hour. Holt's jaw tightened. Helbrecht continued. Our force disposition is as the crusade requires. Our strength is the Emperor's to spend. Our intent is purification. The foe is before us. Warriors of Dawn do not pause mid-swing to satisfy parchment. A Castellan murmured, well spoken. Helbrecht's gaze cut him silent before finishing. We remain loyal to the throne. We remain at war. We will report victory, martyrdom, or the need for further enemies. The recording shrine clicked shut. Send it, Helbrecht said. Holt knew then that the answer was both respectful and defiant. It was a salute with a sword still in hand. It acknowledged Guilliman's greatness while denying his immediate control. It would infuriate any bureaucrat and trouble any commander wise enough to hear what lay beneath it. The past walked among them as the council dispersed, not as memory alone, but as inheritance. Holt later found Helbrecht in the Hall of Oaths, before a black stone relief of Sigismund carved with both hands upon his sword. No candles burned there. The only light came from votive lamps set beneath names cut into obsidian panels. Names of crusades, names of dead high marshals, names of worlds cleansed so thoroughly that no one remained to remember being saved. Helbrecht did not turn. You think us dangerous? Holt stepped into the hall. Yes. Good. An undangerous weapon is an ornament. You know what Guilliman feared. I know what Horus was. The name seemed to lower the temperature of the hall. Helbrecht's voice changed, not softening, but deepening around old iron. Sigismund stood when the walls of terror drowned in traitor blood. He saw brother legions become murder engines. He saw strength without faith become damnation. When the legions were divided, Dawn endured it because duty demanded endurance. Guilliman wrote restraint into law because he had seen what unrestrained power had done. And yet you reject the restraint. We reject the worship of restraint. Helbrecht looked up at Sigismund's carved face. There is a difference. Holt said nothing. The Codex is a fortress against another Horus, Helbrecht said. We are a blade held outward. A fortress that never opens its gates becomes a tomb. A blade that never strikes becomes a relic. Sigismund chose the crusade because the war had not ended. It still has not. You make tyranny sound like duty. No, I make duty sound like what it is. Cruel, endless, unthanked. For a moment, Holt could almost understand why men followed him. That frightened him more than the ships. The Orc counterattack struck before the next cycle's bells. It began with orbital debris falling through the atmosphere, crude drop shells and hollowed asteroids packed with greenskins, engines, ammunition, and lunatic faith in impact. They crashed across the plains west of Hive Malachor, splitting open to disgorge mobs that came roaring from the smoke. Gargants moved behind them, huge and obscene through the ash haze, their guns flashing like furnace mouths. Stompers stamped forward in mobs of their own, belching smoke and laughter. Endless artillery answered from both sides until the earth became a drum, beaten by gods too stupid to tire. Millions of greenskins advanced across the refinery fields. The Astra Militarum line bent beneath the impact. Regiments already reduced to bone and nerve fired until barrels glowed. Basilisks roared from behind slag hills. Lehman Russ squadrons died in bright blossoms beneath rocket barrages. Men held trenches knee-deep in mud, oil and intestines, while commissars walked behind them with pistols drawn and faces grey from knowing there were not enough bullets to stop either cowardice or orcs. Far to the east, loyal titans strode through smoke to meet stompers and gargants at the edge of sight. A warlord's volcano cannon fired, and for a heartbeat, the horizon became noon. A gargant's head vanished in a tower of molten scrap. Then return fire struck the titan's void shields, each impact blooming like a brief sun around the god machine's silhouette. The Black Templars did not reinforce the line. They punched through it. Voss saw the Orc momentum and did not try to stop the ocean at its widest point. He ordered Guard Army Group Callist to hold forward refinery trenches and broadcast weakening distress calls on channels the Orcs had already compromised. Holt heard the order and understood too late what it meant. They cannot hold, the Inquisitor voxed. Voss answered from the command deck of a land raider, his voice calm beneath the thunder of hurricane bolters. They are not meant to hold. You are using them as bait. I am using their deaths to purchase victory. The guard line buckled exactly as Voss intended. Orcs poured into the apparent breach, drawn by the scent of collapse. They came in such numbers that the ground disappeared beneath green bodies and scrap armor. Battle wagons surged between Prometheum refineries. Stompers lumbered into the kill corridor, guns blazing at fleeing human silhouettes. Guardsmen died by the thousands in minutes, cut down, crushed, burned, torn apart. Some never knew they had been part of a plan. Some did, and cursed the angels in black as they were overrun. Then Voss gave the word. Melter charges, demolition rigs and refinery pressure cores detonated in sequence. The kill corridor became a continent of fire. Prometheum tanks erupted one after another, hurling pillars of flame into the polluted sky. Pipelines burst beneath the Orc advance. Burning fuel poured through trenches and drainage canals. Battle wagons vanished in sheets of white heat. Orcs ran aflame, still trying to fight, their bodies sloughing blackened meat from bone. A stomper staggered, its ammunition, stores cooking off inside its belly, then burst outward in a storm of scrap and green limbs. The sound struck the city wall like the laughter of a furnace god. From both flanks, Black Templar armor advanced into the burning confusion. Land Raider Crusaders drove through smoke, guns firing without pause. Sword Brethren disembarked into the charred survivors. Dreadnoughts waded through burning wreckage, crushing orcs too damaged to stand and too stubborn to die. Crusader squads moved behind them in disciplined waves, initiates executing anything still moving, neophytes learning that victory could smell like roasted flesh and betrayal. Holt recorded the casualty estimates from Army Group Kalast. He marked Voss's decision as near criminal. Then he watched the Orc counterattack collapse and could not write the word failure. When the surviving commanders gathered again, ash from the refinery field still fell across the Eternal Crusader's outer hull. Helbrecht stood before the hololith, and this time the projection showed St. Corda's Rest enlarged until its shrine continents filled the chamber. Pilgrim roads glowed red. Cathedral cities flickered between loyal distress and corrupt signal. 1 billion enslaved pilgrims had been herded toward the central basilica complex. Around them, Orc icons multiplied. Beneath them, the same warp signature found below Malachor pulsed like a second heart. Severian stood beside Grimaldus, silent, the black sword point down before him. "The vision returns?" Helbrecht asked. Severian nodded once. "The beast wears a crown. The priest places it. The dead kneel. The sky opens." Grimaldus's skull helm turned toward the High Marshal. Malrek intends coronation as ritual. The Wa gathered around Gorzag will be given focus. The pilgrims will be the choir. The shrine world will be the altar. Voss's armor was still blackened from the refinery fires. "Then we kill the war boss." "We kill the apostle," said Merrick. Helbrecht looked at the burning world in the hololith. "We kill whatever stands between us and the gate." He raised one gauntleted hand, and the crusade markers began to converge. "All fleets will make for St. Corda's Rest. No partial measures, no symbolic relief. Full crusade convergence. The enemy believes he has found a world holy enough to wound the Imperium by its fall." The chamber seemed to lean toward him. Helbrecht's voice became the iron center of the war. "Then we shall show him what holiness costs." St. Corda's Rest had once been a world made from prayer. From orbit, it looked like a corpse draped in gold. Its continents were stitched with pilgrimage roads wide enough for armored columns, each road lined with statues, reliquary markers, ossuary shrines, and mile-high confession pylons where the faithful had carved sins into stone until the surfaces looked flayed. Its deserts were cemeteries without horizon, white with saint bones, martyr bones, penitent bones, soldier bones, pilgrim bones, the dead of 10,000 wars stacked beneath mausoleums and dust. Reliquary cities rose from those grave fields in tiers of black marble and tarnished brass, every tower a reliquary, every plaza an altar, every hab block built around some preserved fragment of holy suffering. Above the planet drifted orbital basilicas, cathedral stations chained to one another by docking spines and prayer cables. Their stained glass viewports were protected by void shields. Their lance batteries were hidden behind carved saints. Their docking bays had once received pilgrims by the million. Now they received orc boarding craft, burning refugee barges, and the screams of choirs dying in vacuum. The shrine world burned in layers. Orc landings had chewed open the northern necropolis plains, where battle wagons raced down roads meant for barefoot pilgrims. Rocks had flattened ossuary districts and scattered ancestral bones across impact craters. Cult uprisings had broken out in reliquary cities before the first greenskin reached their walls. Bells rang without hands pulling them. Confession pylons broadcasted blasphemies in the voices of dead saints. Corpse candles burned with black flame inside chapel vaults that had been sealed for millennia. By the time the Black Templars came, it was too late to save the world cleanly. Billions were trapped below. They choked the pilgrimage roads in endless caravans of bodies, carts, banners, pack servitors, shrine wagons, wounded militia, chained penitents, and half-starved children of the pilgrim houses. They crowded into cathedral hives whose gates had been closed from within. They hid in underground reliquary vaults beneath saints' bones, praying while cult knives scraped on the doors. They filled the processional plazas, the confession trenches, the corpse gardens, and the crypt roads, awaiting deliverance with hands raised to a sky that answered in fire. The Black Templars translated into the system beneath a storm of wreckage and weapons fire. There was no clean approach. Orc scrap hulks wallowed in upper orbit, firing into basilica stations while shouting across crude vox bands. Fighter bombers swarmed through debris fields. Captured pilgrim freighters drifted as bait, their hulls filled with explosives, spores, and screaming captives wired into the broadcast systems. One orbital basilica had been torn from its moorings and was slowly falling toward the atmosphere, its spires shedding debris like broken teeth. Helbrecht did not waste time lamenting the desecration. He divided the war with a butcher's certainty. Void assets moved to clear descent corridors. Strike cruisers hammered orc hulks with lance fire and bombardment cannon. Boarding torpedoes struck basilica stations already infected by cult signals. Thunderhawks launched before the debris fields had been cleared. Drop pods fell through burning glass and shredded prayer flags, their hulls glowing red as they punched toward the shrine continents below. Grimaldus watched the planet through the command oculus of a descending Thunderhawk. He did not see a sentimental world. He did not see pretty cathedrals, pilgrim tears, sacred architecture, or the soft comfort of holy symbolism. He saw memory under attack. The Imperium did not survive by bread alone. It survived because men too hungry to stand still believed the Emperor watched them. It survived because dying soldiers mouthed his name through shattered teeth. It survived because worlds that had never seen terror built shrines to a throne they would never approach. Faith bound the Imperium where law failed, where supply failed, where reason had long ago been strangled by terror. A shrine world was not a jewel. It was a weapon aimed inward, keeping mankind from remembering how afraid it was. "Priority alteration," Grimaldus said over the Crusade command band. Marshal Voss answered from low orbit. "Speak." "Divert assault cadres to the sepulchre of the first martyr, the bone road of Ascendant Corda, and the reliquary bridge of St. Othmar. Those sites must not fall." A guard commander broke into the channel, voice thick with static and disbelief. "Reclusiarch, the Southern Army Group is collapsing. We require armored support at Pilgrim Trench Orios. If those orcs break through, they reach the evacuation yards." "The relic sites stand," Grimaldus said. "With respect, my lord, those yards contain 9 million loyal subjects. Then they are blessed with 9 million opportunities to serve." The channel went silent. Holt, listening from a command carrier assigned to observe the ground war, closed his eyes for one breath. When he opened them, the Thunderhawk carrying Grimaldus was already banking away from the southern distress markers, taking an entire wing of gunships with it toward the relic districts. Below, pilgrims saw the black craft descend and began cheering. They raised icons and torn banners. Men who had been trampled moments before dragged themselves upright. Priests rang handbells until their fingers split. Entire processions fell to their knees in the ash as drop pods slammed down among them, ramps opening, black-armored giants emerging through smoke and dust. The faithful cried that angels had come. Then the angels began issuing orders. Barricades across the western road. Ammunition crates to the chapel steps. Corpse clearance from the firing lanes. Water bearers to the wounded who can still lift shells. Those too weak to work will pray. Those too frightened to pray will carry dead until fear leaves them. Serfs and stormtroopers drove the pilgrim masses into labor chains. Old men hauled sandbags beneath falling debris. Shrine boys carried bolt magazines in baskets meant for votive flowers. Wounded pilgrims were given shovels and told where to dig. Corpses were dragged from roads and piled into walls. Those who had cheered the Templars as angels found themselves beaten into formation by armored serfs when their awe became obstruction. A priest protested when the dead were stacked before a reliquary door as cover. "This is desecration," he cried. "They are the faithful." A chaplain turned his skull helm toward him. "Then they will continue to serve." The priest fell silent. To the Black Templars, service and death were not opposites. They were adjacent rites. Garin was sent to the reliquary bridge of St. Othmar with Rauk and a mixed crusader squad under Sword Brother Edris. The bridge spanned a ravine cut through the cemetery continent, a chasm filled with fog, funeral towers, and hanging ossuary cages. Its surface was broad enough for 3 battle tanks abreast, and paved with black stone, worn smooth by centuries of bare pilgrim feet. Along its length stood statues of martyrs holding lanterns. Beneath the bridge, suspended reliquary vaults swung on massive chains, each containing bones wrapped in script and silver wire. The orcs wanted the bridge because it led directly toward the inner basilica causeways. The Templars held it because the bones beneath it were holy. Rauk looked down at Garin as the squad took position behind hastily raised barricades of stone, wrecked pilgrim wagons and corpses stiffening in the cold wind. "You will stand where I place you." "Yes, Lord." "You will not hide behind me." "No, Lord." "If I fall, you take my ammunition. If Edris falls, you obey the next initiate. If all initiates fall, you hold until death or victory. If neither comes swiftly, you make death useful." Garin checked his bolt pistol, then the magazines locked at his belt. His hands no longer shook as they had in Malachor. That troubled him more than fear had. "Am I expected to survive?" he asked. Rauk's helm tilted. "You are expected to prove worthy. Survival is one possible symptom." The orcs came with bells. At first, the sound drifted across the cemetery plain like some obscene parody of pilgrimage. Then engines joined it. Battle wagons rolled from the smoke, covered in shrine bells ripped from towers and chained to armor plates. Every lurch made them clang madly. Looted exorcist pipe organs had been welded onto crude gun platforms, their sacred tubes converted into rocket racks and noise cannons that fired with blasphemous music. Squiggoth beasts dragged artillery carriages through the grave dust, their hides painted with glyphs, their tusks hung with priest skulls and devotional tablets. Behind them came mobs so dense that artillery could not miss. They ran over graves, shrines, and each other, a green tide of choppers, shooters, banners, teeth, and laughter. Knobs shoved boys forward with kicks and headbutts. Grots swarmed around wheels. Burner crews lit their own comrades by accident and cackled. The bridge trembled before they reached it. "Hold," Sword Brother Edris voxed. Garin aimed into the mass. "Hold." The first artillery strike came from orbit. A lance beam descended through the clouds and carved a white line across the advancing orc formation. For a heartbeat, the world became silent in the glare. Then the plain erupted. Hundreds of greenskins vaporized. Battle wagons split open, squiggoths screaming as their flesh charred and burst. Bombardment shells followed, each impact throwing bodies, bells, bones, and burning machinery into the air. The orcs did not stop. They came through the craters laughing. Land Raider crusaders rolled onto the bridge behind the infantry line, hurricane bolters already spooling. Their assault ramps slammed down before they stopped. Terminators emerged from the lead vehicle in black tactical dreadnought armor, each step a thunderclap on the bridge stones. They formed a wall of storm shields and hammers before the first battle wagon hit the barricades. The collision folded metal and bodies into one another. Hurricane bolters opened. Orcs vanished in bursts of meat. Assault cannons turned mobs into red mist and tumbling limbs. Pyre weapons washed the bridge approaches, and the cathedral steps beyond became rivers of burning flesh as greenskins fell blazing and were trampled by the next wave. A Redemptor dreadnought strode past Garin, its fist closing around a Killer Khan's sore arm and tearing the walker apart before crushing the pilot chamber flat. "Come then," the dreadnought's ancient voice boomed. "I have hated longer than your kind has known fire." A Nob retinue broke through on the right, huge orcs in scrap armor, swinging power claws and cleavers taken from industrial machines. Sword brethren met them. Thunder hammers fell. Storm shields cracked under blows. One sword brother lost his left arm and crushed an orc's throat with his remaining fist before another Nob split his helm. Rauk charged into the gap with Garen beside him because there was no other place left to stand. An orc vaulted the barricade and landed on a pilgrim ammunition crew, crushing 2 men beneath its boots. Garen fired once, missed, fired again, and took it in the shoulder. It turned toward him, angry now, not wounded enough. Rauk engaged another, Chainsword shrieking. Garen had no rescue coming. The orc swung a chopper. Garen ducked too slowly. The blade scraped across his helm and filled his vision with warning runes. He stepped in, not back, because Rauk had beaten that lesson into him. His combat blade punched into the orc's belly and stuck in thick muscle. The orc roared in his face. Garen fired his bolt pistol into the wound. The creature's abdomen burst open. Hot gore flooded over his gauntlet and chest. It fell forward, and he shoved it aside before its weight could drag him down. Rauk glanced at the corpse. Again. That was all. Behind the bridge, the pilgrim processions became another battlefield. Malrek's cultists had infiltrated the masses so deeply that no crowd could be trusted. A procession carrying relic candles approached Castellan Merrick's checkpoint along the Bone Road, singing hymns in voices raw from smoke. Children carried incense chains. Old men bore icons. Wounded militia limped at the rear. Merrick ordered them halted at gunpoint. The priest leading them raised both hands. "My lord, we flee desecration. We carry no taint. By St. Corda, let us pass. Screen them." Serfs moved forward with auspex rods and warding brands. A pilgrim in the middle rank began shaking. Another smiled too widely. A third dropped his candle and reached beneath his robes. The procession detonated. The blast lifted men, icons, limbs, and burning cloth into the air. A stormtrooper vanished from the waist up. 3 serfs were shredded by nails packed around the charge. Pilgrims who had been loyal died screaming beside those who had hidden the bomb among them. Merrick stood through the smoke, armor scorched. His next order carried across every checkpoint. No procession advances uncleansed. No crowd approaches armed. Separate groups into 10s, hands visible, robes cut open, icons inspected. Any refusal is confession. Any psychic manifestation is corruption. Any concealed device condemns the entire file. A guard captain protested, voice cracking. "My lord, that will cause panic." Merrick looked at him. "Then shoot panic first." Holt found Grimaldus at the sepulchre of the first martyr, while the fighting still raged across the shrine approaches. The Reclusiarch stood before a cracked reliquary gate, directing Crusader squads away from a collapsing guard line and toward a sealed vault where the femur of St. Corda was said to rest inside 7 layers of adamantium and prayer. The southern Vox channel screamed for aid. Holt stepped beside him, anger finally overcoming calculation. "You are abandoning living soldiers to preserve bones." Grimaldus did not look at him. "I am preserving what those soldiers were dying to defend. They are dying because you removed their support. They were dying before I arrived. You diverted armor from evacuation yards. I diverted armor to relic sites. There are civilians in those yards. Millions. There are civilians everywhere." Holt's voice hardened. "You cannot save faith by sacrificing the faithful." Now Grimaldus turned. His skull helm regarded the Inquisitor without pity, without heat, without any need to be understood. "Civilizations without faith are already dead." Holt stared at him. The Reclusiarch continued, each word measured like a grave being dug. "Bodies can be bred, regiments can be raised, cities can be repopulated by decree, by tithe, by womb, by vat, by necessity. Sacred memory, once broken, does not regrow so easily. A people who forget why they suffer will soon decide suffering has no master. Then comes rebellion. Then comes the witch. Then comes the whisper from the dark. You reduce mankind to fuel. No, Grimaldus said. I remind mankind that it already is fuel. The only question is whether it burns for the Emperor or for something laughing behind the stars. The exchange ended because the sky fell. An orc gargant beyond the central plaza fired everything it possessed at the Basilica of St. Corda. The central basilica had stood for 8,000 years, a mountain of black stone, gold buttresses, bone galleries, and stained glass vast enough to paint entire districts in saintly color at dawn. Its towers held bells cast from the armor of martyrs. Its vaults contained relics that pilgrims crossed sectors to glimpse for a single breath. Its nave could hold millions kneeling beneath banners older than their bloodlines. The first salvo cracked its western tower. The second burst through the upper transept and filled the interior with fire. The third struck the central dome. For a moment, the basilica endured. It stood black against the burning sky, wounded but upright, as if the weight of prayer alone could hold stone against artillery. Then it collapsed. The dome fell inward, with a sound like a world breaking its spine. Towers folded. Bells dropped through smoke, each one ringing once as it struck masonry and shattered. Statues of saints plunged into the nave. Dust, flame, glass, and bodies erupted outward through every archway. The shockwave rolled across the plaza, knocking pilgrims flat, overturning shrine wagons, drowning vox channels in static and screams. Withdraw from the basilica perimeter, Voss voxed. Repeat, all units withdraw from structural collapse zone. Grimaldus was already walking toward it. Black ash fell across his armor. Fire reflected in the eye sockets of his skull helm. Around him, pilgrims crawled away from the dust cloud. Guard soldiers staggered back, bleeding from ears and mouths. A sword brother reached for the reclusiarch's shoulder, then stopped before touching him. Holt heard the command channel crackle. Grimaldus's voice came through, calm as a tomb. The faithful do not retreat from the Emperor's house. He entered the dust and flame, Crozius raised, while the broken basilica continued to fall around him. The broken basilica breathed dust like a dying saint. Its central dome had collapsed into the nave, grinding altars, pilgrims, priests, banners, confession columns, and relic vaults beneath a mountain of shattered stone. Bells lay half buried in the ruin, their bronze bodies cracked, their tongues silent, except when artillery tremors made them shiver against rubble with low funeral notes. Flames crawled along fallen rafters. Stained glass dust turned the smoke red, blue, and gold, so that the dead seemed to lie beneath the colors of martyrdom, even as orc shells continued to fall around them. Grimaldus walked through it all with his Crozius raised. Pilgrims crawled after him, coughing blood, hands cut open on broken glass, faces grey with ash and ore. Some reached for the hem of his tabard until serfs kicked them aside. Others tried to kiss his boot prints in the dust. He did not look down. His skull helm faced the breach torn through the eastern wall, where the wasteland beyond the basilica had begun to move. At first, Garin thought it was a mountain. Then the mountain fired guns. The orc command fortress crawled across the necropolis plain on tracks, wheels, legs, and dragging engine chains. It had been made from the fused carcasses of crashed void ships, gutted pilgrim barges, torn basilica plating, looted tanks, refinery boilers, and cathedral bells beaten flat into armor. Towers leaned from its back at impossible angles. Gantries swung between exhaust stacks. Ammunition pits glowed like furnace mouths. Idle platforms jutted from its flanks, crowded with orcs beating drums made from fuel drums and human skin. Chains as thick as hab corridors dragged behind it, pulling broken artillery, squiggoth beasts and scrap engines that belched smoke into the blackened sky. It was a mobile city of rust, noise, and murder. At its heart, high upon a throne welded from tank armor, bones, broken reliquaries, and the faceplates of dead space marines, sat Gorzag Iron Teeth. He was enormous, even at a distance. His armor was a fortress of stolen plates and crude pistons. One shoulder bore the front glacis of a Lehman Russ. The other was decorated with a cracked shrine bell that rang whenever he moved. His iron teeth flashed as he laughed at the broken basilica, at the burning pilgrim roads, at the Templars gathering before him, at the demons whispering in the sky behind clouds that had begun to turn the color of bruised meat. Around his throne, knobs roared and shoved one another for better views of the coming slaughter. Weird glyphs blazed in paint and blood across the platform beneath him. Human relics hung there too, upside down and defiled. Aquilas, rosaries, martyr bones, torn purity seals, reliquary caskets split open and used to store ammunition. Behind the throne, hidden among engines and hanging chains, a robed figure watched with hands lifted in benediction. Apostle Malrek Vane had come to the heart of the noise. His voice drifted over stolen vox towers, sweet as poison poured into wine. Behold your saviors, children of the corpse throne. The Black Crusaders come to save your bones and burn your bodies. Cheer them, pray to them, die for them. They will spend you more honestly than I ever could. Pilgrims screamed, some in terror, some in rage, some because the words touched wounds inside their faith and made doubt bleed. Severian stood at the edge of the basilica ruin, the black sword held low in one gauntleted hand. Dust slid from his armor. Orc shells burst to either side of the plaza. A shard of stone struck his helm and broke. He did not turn. He stared at the throne of teeth and brass, and the vision that had hunted him across worlds settled into the shape of reality. Grimaldus came to stand beside him. You see the path? Yes. Then walk it. Severian did not answer. He descended the basilica steps toward the moving fortress, and those who saw him step aside did so without command. Some bowed, some wept. One wounded guard officer tried to salute with an arm that ended at the elbow. Severian passed him as judgment passes the condemned, neither cruel nor kind, only inevitable. Marshal Voss gave the assault order from the command pulpit of a Land Raider Crusader half buried in dust and bone. Armored breakthrough across the ash plain. All Crusader squads maintain pressure behind the spear. Thunderhawk talons to the upper scrap spires. Teleports strike upon the fortress core when shields flicker. Decapitation is the objective. Do not seize. Do not hold. Kill the beast. Silence the priest. Burn the engines. Castellan Merrick answered from the left flank. Pilgrim lines obstruct our armor. Clear them. They are already moving. Then they may live. The armored spearhead advanced. Land Raider Crusaders rolled from the Basilica district in a black wedge, hurricane bolters hammering into Orc outriders. Rhinos followed, disgorging Crusader squads into the shelter of broken mausoleums. Repulsors lifted over corpse gardens, their guns tracking the fortress spires. Drop pods slammed down among forward Orc mobs, opening like iron coffins to release initiates into close slaughter. Above them, Thunderhawks screamed through flak, banking between dirty contrails and rising columns of smoke. The fortress answered with every gun it had. Rockets streaked down from its towers. Scrap cannons fired shells made from shrine bells, engine blocks, stone saints and compressed corpses. One Land Raider took a shell through the front plate and exploded from within, its assault ramp blasting outward as blackened warriors burned in their harnesses. Another drove through the wreck without slowing. Its multi-melter fired, and a battle wagon ahead of it became a white flare wrapped around screaming Orcs. Garen ran behind Rauk through mud that was not mud. It clung to his greaves in red-black ropes, made from grave soil, ash, spilled promethium, pulverized bone, and the remains of pilgrims crushed beneath hours of battle. He had stopped trying to keep the filth from his armor. Glory, he was learning, belonged to men who survived long enough to lie about what war had looked like. War itself was crawling through blood slurry, while guns too large to understand cracked the world open overhead. "Move," Rauk voxed. Garen threw himself behind a fallen martyr statue as big shooter fire chewed the ground where he had been. Shards of marble and bone rattled across his helm. An orc buggy came screaming between tombs, its driver laughing, its gunner firing wildly. An initiate rose from cover and put a bolt round through the driver's skull. The buggy swerved, struck a mausoleum, flipped, and crushed its gunner beneath the roll cage. The thing still tried to bite through its own blood. Rauk shot it in the mouth. The Crusader squad pushed forward. Neophytes carried ammunition, dragged wounded initiates where ordered, fired when targets became close enough, and learned not to flinch when the superhuman warriors beside them killed with the certainty of machines and the hatred of priests. They were not treated as disposable. That would have been gentler. They were treated as future Black Templars, who had no right to be less than impossible. Ahead, Severian's path became a line of corpses. An orc boss in mega armor lumbered down from a ramp of chained tank hulls, power claw snapping, custom shooter roaring. Severian stepped through the gunfire as shells sparked from his armor. The boss swung. The black sword cut the claw from its arm. Severian turned with the same motion and opened the creature from hip to throat. Its organs spilled steaming over the ramp, and it slid backward, still trying to laugh through the blood filling its mouth. A cult champion came next, a former shrine guardian wrapped in flayed prayer banners, face hidden behind a golden mask nailed into his skull. He carried a relic halberd stolen from the basilica vaults, now crawling with black fire. He shouted Malrek's praises and lunged with perfect human skill, twisted by something inhuman. Severian parried once. The second stroke took the champion's hands. The third split the golden mask and the skull beneath it. The body fell to its knees, brain sliding from the opened head in a grey-red sheet. Severian walked past before it finished collapsing. A demon-touched beast crawled from beneath a wrecked artillery platform, all antlered bone, wet muscle, and too many human faces stretched across its chest. Those faces begged in familiar voices. A lesser man might have listened long enough to die. Severian drove the black sword into the thing's central throat and held it there while it thrashed, claws carving trenches in the metal ramp. He spoke no words. The beast burned around the blade, not with flame, but with the violence of its own unmaking. Above, thunderhawks struck the upper spires. Assault ramps dropped onto platforms slick with oil and blood. Black Templars charged into mobs waiting with choppers, burners, and chain hooks. Some platforms collapsed under the weight of the fighting, spilling orcs, Templars, machinery, and corpses into the grinding engines below. Others became killing floors. Bolters detonated bodies against guardrails. Chainswords soared through green flesh and into metal. Orcs fell into exposed gears and were dragged screaming through teeth, large enough to grind tanks. A sword brother with a thunder hammer cleared an idle platform one blow at a time, each impact bursting an orc apart in sprays of meat, bone, and scrap armor. The teleport strike came when the fortress void shimmer flickered beneath concentrated lance fire. Lightning erupted in the fortress core. Terminator sword brethren materialized within an ammunition cathedral made from the hollowed belly of a crashed cruiser. They arrived among shell stacks, fuel drums, and shouting mechs. Storm bolters opened immediately. A mech boy vanished in a storm of detonations, his tools and teeth spinning through the air. One Terminator took a rocket to the chest and staggered, armor blackened but unbroken, then crushed the shooter's head with a power fist. Melter charges were placed against engine hearts. Orcs countercharged in ecstatic mobs, delighted that the enemy had appeared close enough to hit. Gorzag watched the battle climb toward him and slapped his throne with one massive hand. "Ha! They came right in. Told you, boys. Black Humie's got proper guts." A knob beside him shouted, "Boss, The spiky Hume says stay by the shiny bones. Gorzag turned and backhanded the knob so hard its neck snapped and its body cartwheeled off the throne platform. I stay where the fight is best. Malrek stepped from the smoke behind the throne, robe hems dragging through oil and blood. His armor beneath the robes was the color of old bruises and dried scripture. Horns of blackened brass rose from his backpack shrine. His face was pale, beautiful in the manner of a blade polished with venom, and his eyes held the patient amusement of something that had murdered conscience long ago. "Great Gorzag," Malrek said, voice amplified by the dead choir towers. "The Black Knights come because they know your crown waits. Let them see. Let them bleed. Let the world hear your name." Gorzag grinned. "I don't need your whispering, priest. I got the biggest war in this bitter sky." "Yes," Malrek said softly. "You do." He looked not at the orc, but at the horizon where pilgrims died by the thousand, where orcs roared by the million, where Templar guns answered with sacred thunder, where the ruined basilica smoked like an altar. The war was psychic violence without discipline. It rose from every green throat, every crude engine, every blow struck in joy. Malrek had not needed to command it. He only needed to shape where it broke. The murdered astropathic choir beneath Malachor, the shrine world's mass death, the faith of terrified pilgrims, the rage of the orcs, the hatred of the Templars, all converged around the moving fortress. Gorzag thought he was being crowned war boss of a sector. Malrek was making him into a battering ram against reality. Garen did not see that. Garen saw the underside of the fortress rushing above him as his squad forced entry through a maintenance trench beneath the left track assembly. The noise was unbearable. Pistons hammered, chains dragged, hot oil rained from ruptured pipes. Orcs fired down through grated floors. One neophyte ahead of him was hit in the face, his helm snapping backward as blood and teeth burst through the gorget seal. He fell into the machinery and vanished between wheels with a wet crunch that Garen felt through the deck. "Keep moving," Rauk ordered. An orc dropped from a gantry onto Rauk's back, chopper biting into his shoulder plate. Garen fired before he thought. The bolt struck the orc's ribs and blew its side open. It fell, and Rauk caught it by the throat before it hit the deck, using it as a shield against more fire before throwing the corpse into the gears. "Better," Rauk said. The word steadied Garen more than praise should have. They climbed through engine decks into ammunition pits, where grots ran with shells bigger than their bodies. Pyre flames swept the pit. Grots ignited and scattered shrieking, setting powder sacks and fuel lines alight. An initiate kicked one aside before it could explode beneath a Land Raider access ramp. Another went up against a wall, painting the metal with burning meat and green blood. Higher still, across chain bridges and gantries, the battle turned vertical. Garen crawled along a beam above a drop filled with spinning blades. Below, an orc fell screaming into the machinery and came apart in stages, arms first, then head, then torso exploding as the gears caught a grenade belt. Above, Severian's black figure crossed an idle platform alone, cutting through the last of Gorzag's guard. Then something in desecrated Crusader plate stepped into his path. The warrior had once been Adeptus Astartes. His armor proved it, though every honor had been fouled. A black cross had been carved into his breastplate and turned upside down with brass nails. Purity seals had been replaced by strips of skin parchment. His helm was shaped like a knight's, but split by a snarling demon face worked in red iron. In his hands, he carried a demon blade that bled smoke from its edge. Malrek's chosen champion spoke with a voice like a cathedral door closing on bones. "Little Templar, little oath, little sword." Severian raised the black sword. The fallen warrior laughed. "You are silence wrapped around borrowed certainty. I was like you once. I chained my blade. I kissed dead stone. I called obedience holy." Severian said nothing. The demon blade came at him in a black arc. The duel struck like a bell. Black sword met demon blade, and the impact threw sparks and shadow across the platform. The corrupted champion was strong, fast, ancient in murder. He drove Severian backward with blows heavy enough to crack deck plates. Each strike carried whispers, doubt, memory, rage, the smell of terror burning, Dawn's grief, Sigismund's loneliness, the endless crusade as nothing but refusal to die. Severian gave him silence. He parried, turned, cut, took a slash across the ribs that split armor and drew blood, stepped inside a killing blow, and drove his knee into the traitor's midsection. The demon blade scraped his helm, tearing away part of the faceplate. The champion leaned close. "You're high." "Marshal gathers a legion and calls it faith." Severian headbutted him. The traitor staggered. Severian cut through his wrist, severing one gauntlet and half the hand within. The demon blade clattered, tried to bite the deck with its edge, tried to move like a living thing. Severian stamped on it and drove the black sword through the champion's chest. The blade passed through desecrated cross, ceramite, bone, twin hearts, and the black parasite of warp flesh coiled around them. The fallen warrior gripped Severian's shoulder. "Legion!" he hissed. Severian twisted the sword. "No!" He tore it free, and the champion collapsed in two ruined halves, smoke pouring from the wound. Across the fortress, the Templars won. The engine cores burned. Upper spires collapsed. Ammunition pits detonated in chain blasts that tore whole sections from the mobile city. Terminators held the core long enough for melter charges to gut the power lines. Thunderhawk inserted squads severed tower commands and killed the mechs who kept the fortress crawling. Armored spearheads broke the orc formation surrounding it, reducing mobs to burning heaps across the ash plain. Tactically, the scrap city was dying. Strategically, Malrek smiled. The apostle stood behind Gorzag's throne, arms spread, as the crown was lowered by chains. It was made from brass, tank teeth, shrine gold, and astropath skulls. Black fire crawled between its points. Gorzag laughed and reached up with both massive hands. "That's right. Put the biggest crown on the biggest boss." The crown touched his head. The sky tore open. Not metaphor, not storm. Reality split above St. Corda's rest, with a sound that every living soul heard inside the bones. Clouds peeled back around a wound of red-black light. The air screamed. The dead choirs beneath distant worlds screamed with it. Pilgrims fell to the ground, clawing at their eyes. Orcs shouted louder, mistaking apocalypse for encouragement. The Black Templars lifted weapons and began firing before mortal minds had finished understanding what they saw. Shapes fell from the wound like burning saints. They had wings of torn skin, horns of bone, swords of fire, mouths in their palms, faces stolen from the dead. Some struck the ground and burst into packs of lesser demons. Others crashed through orc mobs and began slaughtering with delighted hunger. One landed on a battle wagon and pulled the crew apart by hand, feeding on screams while the vehicle kept rolling. Another descended among cultists who welcomed it, and it rewarded them by tearing out their spines in sprays of blood and light. Gorzag watched demons butcher his own orcs. For a moment, his iron jaw hung open. Then he roared with laughter so vast it shook his throne. "Now that's a fight!" Malrek's smile widened behind him. Severian, wounded and breathing hard through a cracked helm, looked up at the torn sky. Garen crawled from beneath a collapsed gantry, armor slick with mud, blood and engine oil, and saw hell falling onto the world in flaming bodies. Across every Vox channel, Grimaldus spoke through static, dust, and wrath. Crusaders, the true war begins. The sky above St. Corda's rest did not heal. It hung open. The wound in reality spread across the heavens like a black sun turned inside out, its edges trembling with red lightning and pale fire. Clouds were pulled upward into it in long torn strands. Ash rose when it should have fallen. Bells rang in buried cities where no living hand touched rope or chain. Men heard the voices of their dead fathers calling from Vox speakers filled with static. Orcs heard the promise of bigger fights.
Cultists heard permission. The Black Templars heard only the enemy. What had been a war between Imperial wrath and Xenos invasion became a war of three hungers. The Orcs still came on in their millions, howling beneath smoke, delighted by the arrival of demons, as though the galaxy itself had agreed to join their brawl. The demons fell among them and butchered without distinction, ripping green bodies open in sprays of dark blood, tearing faces from living skulls, drinking terror where they found it, and rage where they could not. Cult mobs surged after the demonic packs, blind-eyed, laughing, carrying icons made from bones and broken aquilas. Imperial remnants fought wherever command still reached them, though many formations had collapsed into islands of lass fire, prayer, and screaming officers. There could be no alliance. An orc mob crashed into a pack of horned demons near a shattered reliquary garden, and for a few minutes the Templars' line advanced because the enemies were killing each other. No one called it relief. No one mistook coincidence for strategy. The Xenos and the demon were both filth. The heretic and the alien were both stains. The Black Templars did not choose which abomination deserved hatred more. They merely killed whatever came closest first. From the Eternal Crusader, Helbrecht watched the shrine world burn through a hololithic projection that bled with warning runes. St. Corda's Rest had become a map of infection. Entire districts pulsed crimson, where cult signs had erupted beneath pilgrim crowds. Shrine roads that had carried the faithful for millennia now led into summoning circles visible from orbit. Reliquary cities were marked with warp distortion, civilian density estimates, broken shield zones, orc mass signatures, and demonic breach activity. The numbers were beyond pity. They had become weather. Holt stood near the edge of the command dais, ash still dried along the hem of his coat. He had come from the surface with a mind full of screaming pilgrims and artillery light. He expected rage in Helbrecht. He found something worse: certainty. "Designate denial zones," the High Marshal ordered. A tech marine at the hololith pulpit clicked machine cant through his Vox grill. Awaiting confirmation of sanction parameters. "Localized annihilation," Helbrecht said. "No planetary death writ. No orbital scouring beyond marked infection. Lance strikes on the red districts. Promethium saturation along the Bone Road tributaries. Rad cleansing for the lower reliquary vaults, where the choir signatures persist. Artillery grids across all corrupted population centers between the fallen basilica and the eastern necropolis." One of the mortal fleet officers looked up sharply, face paling. "My lord, loyal life signs remain inside many of those zones." Helbrecht did not look at him. "So does corruption." Holt stepped forward before calculation could restrain him. "High Marshal." The chamber quieted by degrees. Marshals turned their helms. Serfs froze at their stations. A chaplain at the gallery rail inclined his skull mask, as if hearing a confession begin. Holt continued. "There are millions of loyal civilians inside those kill zones. Pilgrims, militia, wounded guard, shrine workers, men who held your barricades because you ordered them to. They cannot withdraw before the strikes fall." Helbrecht's eyes remained on the hololith. "No." The single word struck like a hammer. "No," Holt repeated. "They cannot all withdraw. That distinction is obscene. It is accurate." Holt's control cracked. "You will burn cities full of loyal subjects because cultists may be among them. Not may. Some are loyal. Some are infected. Some shelter infection. Some carry marks they do not understand. Some have heard the Apostle's voice and will repeat it in sleep. Some will be clean until terror breaks them tomorrow. Some will birth tomorrow's cult because we allowed today's pity to overrule judgment. You cannot know that." Helbrecht finally turned. "No, I cannot know each soul. I can know the consequence of allowing one cult seed to survive in soil this rich." His voice did not rise. "If one root remains, it will find water. If one hidden choir continues to sing, the veil tears wider.
If one infected procession reaches another city, billions more die, while men like you demand another hour of proof. Men like me preserve the Imperium from monsters who call murder necessity. A sword brother shifted, but Helbrecht lifted one hand and halted him. The High Marshal descended from the dais, coming close enough that Holt had to tilt his head to meet his gaze. Men like you arrive after the first scream and before the last report. You ask whether the blade was cruel. I ask whether it was sharp enough. The enemy has chosen crowds as armor, relics as bait, prayers as conduits, and children of the Imperium as vessels. I will not permit sentiment to become his shield. Holt's jaw tightened. So certainty over compassion. Helbrecht's eyes were cold and bright. Compassion that risks damnation is vanity. The order was given. From orbit, Lance. Batteries turned toward the world they had come to save. Light fell. The first strike erased a district called the Pilgrim's Mercy, a reliquary city whose spires had already begun ringing without bells. A spear of white fury descended through cloud and smoke, punched through warded stone, and vaporized the central plaza. The blast wave rolled outward, lifting roofs, bodies, statues, and prayer towers into a storm of fire. Those at the edge did not die cleanly. They became shadows, then torches, then ash blown across the road where survivors had been running toward evacuation yards. Promethium saturation followed along the western necropolis. Black Templar aircraft passed low under flak and demon wings, releasing burning rivers from their bellies. Fire flooded trenches, vault mouths, market shrines, and pilgrim camps. It crawled down stairwells. It poured through archways. It filled courtyards where cultists had been chanting among civilians forced to kneel. Screams rose together until no ear could tell faith from heresy. Rad-cleansing units sealed lower vaults and pumped death into them. Artillery grids walked across the corrupted population centers with mechanical patience. Shell after shell fell in measured patterns, not rage, not panic, simply doctrine made explosive. Each impact lifted earth and bones. Each pause allowed the next coordinates to settle. The shrine world convulsed beneath salvation. The Black Templars were powerful because they did not hesitate. They were horrifying because hesitation itself had been made sin. Garen entered the reliquary city of Vea's Lantern behind Rauk and the remnants of Sword Brother Edris's Crusader squad. The city had been marked for partial denial, but the inner vault remained intact, and the relic within had to be recovered or destroyed before Malrek's cult could bind it into the widening breach. The streets were narrow, built from black stone and faced with bone panels. Lanterns hung above every doorway, though most now burned with green flame. Dead pilgrims were stacked in alleys, some arranged in aquila shapes, others gutted and filled with incense. Mutants crawled along roofs where gargoyles should have been. Somewhere beneath the paving stones, something large dragged chains and laughed with many mouths. Eyes forward, Rauk voxed. Garen stepped over a corpse, clutching a devotional badge so tightly the metal had cut into the palm. He no longer looked at the faces unless ordered. Faces slowed the hand. Faces asked questions that the war did not permit. A mob surged from a chapel archway. They had once been Imperial citizens. Most still wore pilgrim grey. Some were armed with knives and mining tools. Some carried laser guns taken from dead militia. Some had changed. Their fingers were too long, their jaws split at the sides, their eyes filmed black. A few were small, hunched things that might once have been children, but whatever childhood had lived in them had been eaten by the warp and replaced by hunger. They came skittering over the walls with teeth bared. "Cleanse," Edris ordered. Bolters fired. Garen shot a cultist through the chest and watched the body burst backward into those behind it. He fired again, then again. A mutant leapt from a shrine niche and struck his shoulder, claws scraping his helm. He drove his combat blade into its ribs, shoved it away, and put a bolt through its skull before it could rise. Another thing crawled toward him with a child's hands, and an old man's face stretched across a skull too narrow. It whispered a name he had not heard since the Pale Warrens. Garin hesitated for less than a heartbeat. Then he fired. The bolt struck the thing low and tore it apart against the stone. His stomach twisted. His hands remained steady. Rauk saw. "Pain?" the initiate asked while cutting a cultist from shoulder to hip. "Yes." "Good." Garin fired into another charging body. "Good? It means the last weakness is leaving you slowly. Remember the pain. Do not obey it." The squad pushed deeper. A doorway opened into a hospice chamber where medici beds had been converted into altars. Wounded loyal soldiers lay strapped to slabs, their mouths sewn open around black candles, their stomachs moving with things beneath the skin. One begged Garin to kill him before the candle burned down. Garin did. He did not ask permission. Rauk said nothing, which was permission enough. At the cities, Heart, they found the relic vault surrounded by traitor Astartes. Not many. Enough. They wore warped plate daubed in scripture and old blood, horns rising from helms, trophy racks hung with skulls, shoulder guards marked by signs that seemed to crawl when viewed too long. With them came mortal mobs whose eyes had been burned out, marching in tight ranks as if guided by a voice beneath the ground. Behind the mobs rolled possessed cult engines, half artillery, half beast, their barrels made of fused cannon and screaming throats. Warp-twisted shells arced from them into nearby streets, exploding not with fire, but with crawling shadows that dragged men into the air and folded them backward until bones cracked like dry sticks. The Templars did not fall back. They answered with hatred, discipline, and sacred violence. Across the broader battlefield, Grimaldus led the counter-ritual. He stood in demon-haunted ground before the ruins of the central basilica, surrounded by chaplains, relic-bearers, censer servitors, and ranks of black Templars holding banners planted into cracked stone. The air around them writhed with shapes trying to become real. Mortal soldiers nearby bled from their eyes. Pilgrims screamed prayers until their throats tore. The wound in the sky pulsed above them, vomiting fire and wings. The Black Templars did not summon witches. They did not weave psychic wards. They did not answer the warp with the warp. They answered with the oldest weapons mankind had left: hate, discipline, iron, fire, memory, and the refusal to kneel. Vox amplifiers rose on tripod shrines. Chaplains locked their armor to the ground with mag clamps and began the litany. Hundreds of voices became one iron proclamation. Relic bearers lifted bones of martyrs, fragments of blades, shattered helms, blood-dark banners, and stone from worlds that had died loyal. Every crusader squad within range took up the words. Dreadnoughts boomed them through sarcophagus speakers. Thunderhawks broadcast them over the battlefield. Even wounded guard soldiers mouthed fragments they could not fully hear. The demonic whispers did not cease. They were drowned beneath contempt. A pack of horned things charged the banner line. Sword brethren met them with storm shields locked. Melter teams stepped between them and fired at point-blank range, turning demonic torsos into incandescent ruin. A Redemptor dreadnought strode into the breach, one arm torn open and sparking, its fist closing around a demon engine's skull front and crushing it until black ichor sprayed over its sarcophagus. "Back to the dark," the ancient roared. "Tell it we are still here." In Vare's lantern, Rauk's squad reached the reliquary breach. The traitor Astartes countercharged. The first came through smoke with a chain axe screaming. Edrus met him blade to blade. The impact shook the vault steps. A second traitor fired a plasma weapon into the Templar line, vaporizing a neophyte and scorching another into a twitching shape that collapsed without sound. Garin fired at mortal cultists until his pistol locked empty, reloaded by touch, and fired again. Rauk moved ahead of him like a black wall, chainsword chained to his wrist, bolt pistol in his other hand, killing without wasted motion. Then the possessed engine at the end of the street opened its mouth cannon. Rauk saw where it aimed. "Down!" he voxed. Garen fell. The shot struck the vault arch and tore it open. Stone, bone, fire, and shadow exploded outward. Edrus vanished beneath the collapse. 2 initiates were thrown aside, armor cracked and smoking. The blast opened a breach in the Templar line, and through it came mutants, blind cultists, and a traitor Astartes with a mace made from a priest's spine bound in brass. Rauk stepped into the gap alone. "Countercharge on my mark," he said. Garen pushed himself up. "Lord, your armor." Silence. Rauk's left side was torn open. Not merely armor, flesh beneath. Secondary heart visible for a moment through broken plate before blood flooded over it. His chainsword still screamed in his hand. The chain linking it to his gauntlet was fused and blackened. The traitor Astartes struck him with the bone mace. Rauk staggered, but did not fall. He drove his bolt pistol into the traitor's abdomen and fired until the magazine emptied, each detonation blowing chunks from corrupted ceramite and meat. The traitor laughed and swung again. Rauk caught the mace haft with his ruined left hand, leaned in, and sawed his chainsword across the warrior's neck joint. The blade caught, snarled, chewed through cables, throat, spine, and whatever black thing lived beneath. The traitor's head came free in a rush of smoke and gore. More cultists poured through. Rauk killed the first 4. The 5th drove a mining drill into his thigh. The 6th detonated a charge at his feet. The blast took his leg below the knee and hurled him against the broken arch. Garen shouted and moved toward him, but Rauk's vox snapped across the squad channel with more force than his body should have allowed. "Hold!" He dragged himself upright against the vault stone with one leg gone and his armor split. His chainsword revved weakly, clogged with meat, then screamed back to full hunger as he shook it clear. "Neophytes," he voxed. "Forward when I fall, not before." Garen's vision blurred. Smoke, blood, fire. Rauk silhouetted in the breach. The initiate did not look heroic. He looked ruined, armor shattered, tabard burned, one arm barely moving, his blood running down the relic steps in thick black-red sheets. A demon-touched Ogrin forced itself through the arch, swollen face split by tusks of bone, both hands gripping an iron door as a shield. Rauk went to meet it. The Ogrin smashed him into the wall. Once, twice. The third blow broke something even ceramite could not hide. Rauk's body sagged. Then his chainsword rose and punched upward beneath the creature's jaw. The teeth bit, caught, and tore through tongue, palate, and skull. The Ogrin thrashed, taking Rauk with it, slamming him into the stone again and again, until the initiate's armor cracked apart and blood sprayed across the vault. Rauk's final words came through the vox as static and iron. "Take the blade, continue the oath." The Ogrin collapsed. Rauk went down beneath it. Garen screamed, but the sound became a charge. He and the surviving neophytes surged into the breach, not because fear had left them, but because Rauk's order left no room for fear to matter. Garen fired his last bolt into a cultist's mouth, drew his blade, and drove into the press with the others. Initiates followed half a breath later, bolters and chainswords turning the breach into a grinder. The countercharge broke the cult wave against the vault steps. Bodies fell. Mutants shrieked. Traitor blood steamed on holy stone. When it ended, Garen found Rauk beneath the dead Ogrin. There was little left that resembled the warrior who had trained him. The armor had been crushed open. One hand remained locked around the chainsword hilt. The chain still bound weapon to gauntlet. The blade's teeth turned slowly, chewing the air with a dying growl. Garen knelt. For a moment, he was again the boy from the Pale Warrens, seeing black angels descend through poison fog. Then he reached down and severed the ruined gauntlet at the wrist joint. The chain came with it. He took Rauk's weapon, still slick with blood, still chained to the dead hand, and pressed the broken gauntlet against his own wrist. His fingers worked without thought. He drew binding wire from his belt, looped it through the chain, locked it around his vambrace, and pulled until the metal bit. The chainsword was too heavy. Then it was not. A chaplain arrived at the vault steps, skull helm blackened by smoke. He looked at Rauch's remains, then at Garen. "That weapon was not granted to you." Garen rose, the chainsword hanging from his wrist, his armor drenched in blood that was not all enemy. "No, Lord." "Why do you bear it?" Garen looked back toward the street where more screams rose. "He ordered me to continue the oath." The chaplain stared at him for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. "Then continue." Above the shrine world, the denial strikes burned themselves out, leaving great black wounds where cities had been. Below, the demonic fall slowed, but did not cease. Grimaldus's litanies held ground, but did not close the sky. Gorzag's laughter still rolled from the Orc fortress ruins, impossibly alive. Malrek's voice still moved through dead Vox channels, whispering that salvation had learned to sound like massacre. Holt returned to his cipher chamber, with his coat torn and his soul more tired than his body. This time, he did not soften the report. He dictated alone, without looking at the Lex Mechanic. "Censure priority absolute. The Black Templars now operate at Legion scale in all but name. High Marshal Helbrecht has assumed Crusade authority across the Golgothan Vale, overridden local command, refused actionable force transparency, concentrated multiple Crusade fleets, and ordered mass annihilation of Imperial population centers under corruption protocols without broader sanction. Their effectiveness is undeniable. Their loyalty remains directed toward the Emperor. Their independence is intolerable." He paused, breathing through the memory of cities erased by lance fire. "Recommendation: immediate post-campaign investigation under Inquisitorial and Lord Commander authority. Strategic containment options to be prepared in secrecy. Direct confrontation during active war is not advised. Repeat, not advised. The Black Templars are not renegade. They are something more dangerous to Imperial control. They are loyal enough to believe refusal is obedience." The transmission shrine warmed beneath his hand. Before he could seal and send, the chamber door opened. A sword brother stood beyond it, armor streaked with ash. "Inquisitor Lord Holt." Holt did not remove his hand from the shrine. "This chamber is sealed. The High Marshal summons you. For what purpose?" The sword brother's red lenses regarded him without expression. "To witness the final muster." Holt did not send the censure. His hand remained upon the transmission shrine for the length of 9 heartbeats, while the sword brother waited in the open doorway. The cipher chamber hummed around him, warding plates alive with low static, parchment feeds trembling beneath the last words he had dictated. The accusation sat ready beneath his palm, sealed in thought if not yet in signal. Legion scale, intolerable independence, loyal enough to believe refusal was obedience. The words were true. That was why they weighed so much. He removed his hand. "Lead," Holt said. The sword brother inclined his helm and turned away without asking what had been interrupted. That was another cruelty of the Black Templars. They did not always need to threaten. Their silence made clear that they already knew enough. The Eternal Crusaders' inner avenues were no longer merely preparing for war. They had become war before ever reaching the field. Every deck thundered with motion. Armored serfs dragged ammunition caskets beneath murals of martyrdom. Servo haulers crawled through incense fog, bearing macro shells in sanctified clamps. Tech marines stalked beside Land Raider engines, with mechadendrites buried in open housings, speaking in Binharic cant to machine spirits that roared, spat sparks, and answered with the deep hunger of awakened wrath. Chaplains moved between armor bays, blessing blades not with gentleness, but with condemnation, each Crozius tap against ceramite sounding like a judge's hammer. A wounded initiate lay on a surgical slab outside an apothecarian arch, his armor cut away, his torso opened from collar to waist. Apothecaries worked inside him with silver tools, ignoring the steam rising from his exposed organs. One progenoid had already been sealed in a crystal reliquary. The warrior's lips moved in prayer until a saw began cutting through bone and turned the prayer into a wet groan. He did not beg. A chaplain stood over him and recited the names of battles he had survived, as if reminding the flesh that it had no right to fail quietly. Farther on, Holt passed a chamber where a dying sword brother was being prepared for interment. The warrior had no legs. One arm ended in a burnt stump. Half his face had been stripped away, revealing teeth clenched around a bite guard and one eye that still burned with hatred. Around him, tech marines and apothecaries fitted black cables into ports cut through ruined meat. Beyond the slab waited a dreadnought sarcophagus, open like an iron coffin, its interior filled with amniotic fluids, data needles, and devotional seals. A tech marine leaned close to the dying warrior. "Will you rise again if the Emperor demands it?" The half-face twitched. "Yes." The word came out as blood. The sarcophagus accepted him. Holt walked on. Everywhere the crusade replenished itself from its own wounds. Gene seed was recovered, logged and carried away by armed serfs. Armor plates were hammered back into shape while the blood of their previous wearers still steamed upon them. Neophytes were reassigned before their dead mentors had cooled. Ammunition rites were conducted over pallets of bolt shells, each round touched with oil, each magazine marked by a quick stroke of wax. Chainswords were stripped, unclogged, retoothed, and awakened again. Pyre blasters were refilled with promethium, whose tanks bore skull stamps from 3 different forge worlds. Broken storm shields were dragged to repair altars. Relic blades were wiped clean with cloth made from the burial shrouds of martyrs. Serfs died under the workload. Holt saw one collapse beneath a crate of bolt magazines, back bent at an unnatural angle. Another serf dragged the crate away before Medici reached the body. A third pulled the dead man aside by the ankles to clear the path. No bell rang for him. No prayer paused. The crusade consumed even its servants without malice, and that absence of malice made it worse. When Holt reached the grand armory nave, the final muster had already begun. No hololith could have prepared him for it. All surviving crusade elements had converged within the shrine world's orbital war zone and across the ash plains below. The Eternal Crusader projected the muster through cathedral glass, data shrines and open hangar shields. Battle barges hung in high anchor like black moons bristling with guns. Strike cruisers moved around them in disciplined orbits, their hulls scarred, their launch bays glowing. Escort squadrons wove between fields of wreckage. Thunderhawks launched in wings so numerous they resembled carrion flocks made of iron. Drop pods hung in their cradles beneath red launch runes. Below, on the planet's surface, armored columns gathered around the ruins of the Basilica district. Land Raider crusaders, rhinos, impulsors, repulsors, Sicker and relic tanks, vindicators, and recovery crawlers moving through smoke and corpse dust. Dreadnought talons stood in rows beneath the shadow of broken saints. Redemptors, venerable ancients and ironclad siege forms waited with weapons cycling, their sarcophagi filled with warriors who had already died once and found death insufficient. Sword brethren households assembled beneath their own banners, veteran plate black and bone white beneath drifting ash. Crusader squads formed around initiates, with neophyte cohorts assigned by oath and attrition rather than any neat Codex role. Mortal auxiliaries gathered at the edges, their faces hollow. Navy remnants carried shipboard shotguns and boarding axes. Skitarii survivors from Forge Moon. Enoch stood in damaged ranks, optics flickering, radium weapons held like reliquaries. Shrine militias clutched laser guns, spears, shotguns, blessed ammunition, and icons they had been told might be returned to them if they lived. Guard regiments reduced to hundreds were folded into sacrificial blocking forces. Once they had been proud formations with banners, officers, and marching songs. Now they were fragments, a platoon from one world, a company from another, a tank crew without a tank, artillerymen without guns, veterans carrying ammunition for weapons they did not understand. They were assigned positions on the flanks of the Black Templar advance, not because those positions would hold forever, but because the enemy would spend time killing them. Penal battalions were driven ahead of armor to clear minefields and cult traps. Some wore explosive collars, some dragged chains, some prayed too loudly. None were promised survival. Servitors prodded them forward with shock mauls, while black tanks waited behind them, engines rumbling like contained thunder. When one penal trooper tried to run, a Templar serf shot him in the back and dragged his body aside before the next man was shoved into his place. Holt watched all of it and understood. The Black Templars did not need to declare themselves a legion. Declaration was for politicians, rebels, and fools. Their crusade structure allowed them to become one whenever enough fleets answered the same oath. There was no need for a single parade ground, no need for one fortress monastery, no need for a formal roll of companies. They were dispersed until summoned, independent until gathered, uncounted until war made counting irrelevant. Every fleet was a blade, every marshal a warlord, every chaplain a judge, every ship a monastery, armory, chapel, prison, and recruitment ground. When the High Marshal called, the blades became a sword. Helbrecht stood upon a raised command platform built over the forward embarkation deck. Around him gathered marshals, castellans, chaplains, sword brethren, tech marines, and relic bearers. Grimaldus stood at his right, skull helm in place. Severian stood at his left, the black sword held point down before him, armor scarred from the scrap fortress, and still unrepaired in places where the wounds had meaning. Marshal Voss stood below, with one side of his armor blackened from refinery fire. Castellan Merrick's shield bore dents deep enough to hold blood. Garin stood in the ranks below, among neophytes and initiates, Rauch's chainsword hanging from his wrist by a crude binding of blackened links and wire. The dead initiate's severed gauntlet had been removed by an apothecary, but the chain remained. The weapon was not truly his, not yet. It pulled at his arm with every movement, heavier than duty should have been. Helbrecht lifted one hand. The host quieted. Not completely. Engines still growled. Fires still crackled. Distant guns still spoke. The wounded still moaned where they were not disciplined enough to remain silent. But the warriors ceased speaking, and the silence that followed belonged to them. "Sons of Dawn," Helbrecht said, his voice carried by vox towers, ship relays, armor speakers, and shrine amplifiers until it rolled through orbit and across the field below. "Sons of Sigismund, crusaders of the eternal war, look upon the enemy's work." The hololith above him opened, showing St. Corda's rest from orbit. Red wounds marked the denial zones. Black clouds swirled around the torn sky. The corrupted orbital basilica hung above the world, half seized by cult signal, half infested by orc borders, its ancient engines and choir arrays bent toward Malrek's ritual like a dying saint forced to kneel. The alien laughs upon a throne of stolen relics. The heretic sings through the dead. The demon claws at the veil and calls this world an altar. They believe we came to save what is precious. Helbrecht's gaze swept the host. They misunderstand us. No one moved. The Emperor does not require your survival. He does not require your comfort, your peace, your pride, or your remembrance. He requires obedience unto death. He requires that your blade fall where commanded. He requires that you spend your blood without bargaining. If you live, you will continue the crusade. If you die, you will have obeyed. He drew his sword. The sound was steel against destiny. We were not made to endure insult from the alien. We were not made to debate with the witch. We were not made to leave the heretic one breath with which to curse his name. We were made to advance. The host answered in a roar that shook dust from the vaults and made mortal auxiliaries flinch. No pity. The reply came from thousands of throats, from vox grills, from dreadnought sarcophagi, from dying men who had lifted their heads to speak it. No remorse. The second answer struck harder. No fear. The third became a weapon. Helbrecht lowered his blade toward the hololith. The final assault begins with the next bell. The plan unfolded with the clean cruelty of a guillotine. Voss and Merrick would lead the ground forces into the demon-orc killing fields around the broken basilica and the ruins of Gorzag's mobile fortress. They would not hold lines. They would penetrate, sever, burn, and keep moving. Dreadnought talons would break the demon engines. Land Raider Crusaders would deliver sword brethren into the densest resistance. Crusader squads would clear breaches. Neophytes would carry ammunition, exploit gaps, and die where their initiates required them to die. Helbrecht would command the Void Assault against the corrupted orbital basilica, whose choir engines and captured void amplifiers now strengthened Malrek's ritual. Battle barges would engage its shields, while strike cruisers delivered boarding parties through wounds in its hull. Teleport strikes would sever the choir nexus. If the station could be retaken, it would be sanctified. If not, it would be destroyed. Severian would strike directly at the convergence below, where Gorzag's Wa and Malrek's ritual had fused into a wound that kept feeding the breach. No one asked what happened if the Emperor's champion failed. The answer was already written across every face. After the War Council dispersed, Grimaldus found Holt beside an observation slit, overlooking the embarkation fields. The Inquisitor had not returned to his cipher chamber. His unsent transmission remained behind him like a loaded pistol. "You wrote to Terra," Grimaldus said. Holt did not turn. "I am an Inquisitor. I write many things. You named us threat. I named what I saw. Then your eyes function." Holt looked at him now. "You do not deny it. I deny nothing true. Lies are for the weak, the guilty, and the diplomatic. You know I could still send it. Yes. And you have not killed me." Grimaldus's skull-helm regarded him in silence for a moment. "If I killed every man who feared what we are, there would be fewer loyal men alive than the Imperium can spare. That is almost restraint. That is arithmetic." Holt laughed once without humor. "Why summon me? To walk the front. I have seen enough." "No," Grimaldus said. "You have seen what we did. Now see what mercy would have spared." The Reclusiarch turned away, and after a moment, Holt followed. Before the final descent, Helbrecht stood alone in the archive chapel of the Eternal Crusader. The chamber was small by the ship's standards, which meant only that a lesser vessel could have hidden its bridge inside it. Ancient records hung in stasis fields and chained reliquaries. Sigismund's name appeared again and again in script so old that some letters had to be translated by machine spirit. Dawn's words were preserved in fragments, severe and wounded by duty. Guilliman's Codex extracts rested in a sealed case, not mocked, not defaced, not ignored, preserved. Helbrecht stood before them without anger. He did not hate Guilliman. Hatred was too small for a Primarch. Guilliman had seen the ruin of brotherhood without restraint, and had written law against repetition. Helbrecht understood the reason. He even respected the wound from which it came. But respect was not obedience without limit. No written limitation could be holier than the immediate destruction of the Emperor's enemies. No structure meant to prevent old treason could be allowed to cripple present wrath. If the Codex was a shield against another Horus, then the Black Templars were the blade that sought to leave no Horus alive to test it. Helbrecht placed one gauntleted hand against the case. "Forgive nothing," he murmured, though whether to Sigismund, Dawn, Guilliman, or the Emperor himself, no one heard. The bell rang. The synchronized assault began as if the system had inhaled fire. In orbit, void shields flared across the corrupted basilica as battle barge batteries opened. Macro cannons roared, their shells crossing the dark like iron moons. Lance fire struck stained glass shields and turned them white. Boarding torpedoes launched from black hulls in clustered volleys. Thunderhawks poured from the Eternal Crusader and its sister ships, diving through debris fields filled with burning orc scrap and frozen corpses. The corrupted basilica fired back. Its ancient defense lasers, turned by heretic hands, cut into the void. One escort ship broke in half, spilling atmosphere, bodies and burning compartments into space. A Thunderhawk wing vanished in a bloom of fire. Still, the assault continued. Black ships closed the distance like executioners stepping over blood. Below, drop pods fell through burning clouds. They descended past fragments of destroyed ships raining from orbit, past demon shapes wheeling in the smoke, past orc flak bursts and the black lightning of the torn sky. Some pods struck grave fields, some struck demon packs, some punched through the roofs of corrupted reliquary vaults and opened inside screaming darkness. Land raiders advanced beneath the falling wreckage. Their tracks crushed bones, armor shards, shrine tablets and bodies into the ground. Around them marched crusader squads in black ranks, tabards snapping in hot wind, bolters ready, chainswords growling. Dreadnoughts walked among them like mobile tombs. Sword brethren stood upon assault ramps waiting for impact. Shrine militia followed with blessed ammunition and no promise of evacuation. Guard remnants moved into blocking positions with faces like men already dead. Penal troops stumbled ahead into minefields and cult traps, some dying in sprays of wire, fire and meat, so the armored spearhead could turn slightly and continue. Holt walked near Grimaldus at the forward line and saw what mercy would have spared. A demon engine crawled over a pilgrim trench, feeding bodies into its furnace belly, while its cannon vomited screaming heads that exploded into warp fire. Cultists with their eyes burned out marched through artillery impacts and did not fall until dismembered. Orcs fought demons for the joy of it, then turned on humans when a better target appeared. A shrine militia company begged for withdrawal while black-winged things descended behind them and peeled men apart into ribbons. Every delay became death multiplied. Every spared crowd became concealment. Every uncleansed ruin became a mouth for the dark. Grimaldus did not say, "I told you." He did not need to. The Black Templars advanced across a battlefield so saturated with death that the ground had ceased to be earth. It was mud made of ash, blood, oil, and powdered bone. Into it marched the sons of Sigismund, black armor under a wounded sky, while the final war for St. Corda's Rest opened before them like the gates of hell. The field of 10 million dead had earned its name before the Black Templars reached it. It had been a pilgrimage plain once, a processional expanse of polished black stone and white grave markers stretching between the central basilica and the outer necropolis. Millions had crossed it barefoot in former centuries, bleeding willingly over the carved prayers beneath their feet. Kings had knelt there. Regiments had sworn final oaths there before departure to distant wars. Martyrs had been buried beneath it in layered vaults, their bones arranged so that every pilgrim walked above the memory of sacrifice. Now the plain had no stone left visible. It was a sea of corpses churned by tanks, orcs, cultists, demons, pilgrims, guardsmen, shrine militia, serfs, skitari, priests, and things that had never been any clean category lay piled in ridges and hollows, some burned to charcoal, some split open, some still moving in ways that proved life was not always mercy. Tank tracks had crushed them into red-black sludge. Promethium runoff floated on the surface in rainbow slicks. Shell craters steamed with blood. Armor plates, broken icons, severed limbs, spent shell casings, teeth, bones, and scraps of tabard sank together into the mire. Every step made the ground breathe. Marshal Aurelian Voss led the armored spearhead straight into it. His Land Raider Crusaders advanced in a wedge, black hulls slick with gore, hurricane bolters firing without pause. The guns did not chatter like mortal weapons. They roared in disciplined fury, streams of mass reactive shells carving lanes through orc mobs and cult masses that surged from corpse banks on either side.
Every impact opened bodies from within. Green-skinned torsos burst. Blind cultists vanished in red mist. Demon things recoiled as sanctified rounds tore smoking holes through half-real flesh. Spent casings spilled hot from ejection ports and vanished into the mud of the dead. Inside the lead Land Raider, sword brethren waited shoulder to shoulder in the red glow of assault lamps. Their thunder hammers rested head down. Power swords hummed softly. Storm shields locked to their gauntlets. None spoke. The vehicle rocked under impacts as orc rockets struck its hull. Warning runes flared and died. A shell exploded close enough to lift one side of the tank before its tracks bit back into the corpse mire and drove forward. Voss stood in the command position, one gauntlet braced against the interior rail. Range to corpse cathedrals. A serf answered through a Vox grill. Closing, my lord. Enemy density. Beyond reliable measure. Then we are on course. The forward view slit filled with fire as a demon engine crawled into the path of the spearhead. It had once been some form of artillery platform. Now it moved on limbs made from fused cannon barrels and human spines. Its central gun, surrounded by shrieking faces, stretched into a ring of wet skin. It fired, and the shell struck a rhino to Voss's right. The vehicle came apart in a blossom of armor, blood and flame, throwing initiates into the air like broken dolls. Voss marked the demon engine with one gesture. Melter teams. A side hatch opened on the next Land Raider. Black Templars disembarked into waist-deep corpse sludge, advancing while bolter fire cut shapes from the smoke around them. One warrior took a Lascannon beam through the chest and dropped without sound. Two.
Others reached firing range. Their melter guns howled. The demon engine's front armor liquefied. The screaming faces around its cannon ignited, their mouths stretching wider as the heat turned them to running fat. A dreadnought strode through the fire and smashed the exposed core with a fist the size of a reliquary altar. The engine died screaming in three voices. "Advance," Voss ordered. The spearhead did. Above them, the sky's wound widened. It pulsed with every death below, every orc roar, every chant from Malrek's cult, every mortal mind breaking under the pressure of the warp. Demons fell in blazing arcs, some bursting apart in the air beneath Black Templar fire, others striking the ground and rising with claws already wet. Orcs shot at them. Demons tore through orcs. Cultists worshipped them until they were eaten. The Black Templars killed all three without changing pace. Castellan Merrick's fighting companies hit the corpse cathedrals from the west. The structures had been raised around the breach in the hours since the sky tore open, though raised was too clean a word. They had been assembled from bodies, broken shrine stone, twisted metal, vehicle wrecks and bones dragged from burial vaults by cult mobs whose hands bled to the wrist. Towers of corpses leaned toward the torn heavens. Brass bells hung from rib cages. Orc glyphs had been daubed beside the runes of the dark gods. Imperial banners had been nailed upside down and set on fire. Merrick stood atop a shattered stairway while his companies formed beneath him. "No prisoners," he said over the command band. "No relic recovery unless immediately possible. No delay. Anything between us and the ritual dies." A guard colonel attached to the flank protested. "There may be captives inside those structures." Merrick did not turn. "Then they are either dead, damned, or obstacles." "My lord, with respect, with obedience," Merrick said, "or silence." The assault began. Vindicators fired demolisher shells into corpse walls, blasting apart layers of bodies and stone. Pyre blasters turned entryways into furnaces. Crusader squads stormed through the gaps, initiates first, neophytes close enough to learn and die. Sword brethren cut down the defenders that emerged from the cathedrals, cult champions in bone armor, demon packs with faces like stretched parchment, orc knobs who had decided the corpse towers looked like a good place to fight. Thunderhammers crushed skulls and rib towers alike. Power blades sheared through mutants. Bolters fired so close that body fragments pasted armor in sheets. Garen fought within a depleted Crusader squad under an initiate named Halric, though the command had become less a structure than a cluster of survivors moving toward the same killing light. Rauk's chainsword hung from Garen's wrist, its weight now familiar. The chain bit into his vambrace where he had bound it. Blood had dried in the links. Some of it was Rauk's, some was his own. Most belonged to enemies no one would count. They entered a corpse cathedral through a hole made by melter fire. The air inside was hot and wet. Bodies formed the walls, stacked and wired together, mouths open, eyes removed, every throat threaded with black cord. Some still twitched, some whispered. Candles burned inside opened rib cages. Cultists waited in the shadows with knives, autoguns and flensing hooks. "Close," Halric voxed. Garen moved at his side. A cult champion dropped from above, wrapped in chains of finger bones, holding a power maul that pulsed with sickly light. He struck Halric from the flank, knocking the initiate to one knee. The maul came down again. Garen did not think. He fired his bolt pistol into the champion's hip, saw the joint explode, stepped in as the man fell, and drove Rauk's chainsword across the exposed throat. The teeth caught, screamed, and tore through flesh, spine, and bone charms in a spray that hit Garen's visor. Halric rose. For a moment, the initiate looked at him. Well struck. Garen waited for his hands to shake. They did not. A mutant crawled from the corpse wall with a knife made of black glass. Garen shot it through the face before it reached him. Another cultist charged. Garen cut him down with the chainsword, stepping over the body before it had stopped kicking. He felt nothing clean, no joy, no triumph, no horror strong enough to slow him. Only a cold alignment of eye, weapon, and command. He had stopped reacting like a mortal. Halric saw it too. Forward, neophyte. Garen obeyed. At the spiritual center, Grimaldus held the line beneath the falling sky. The chaplains stood in a ring around the planted banners, their armor scorched, their Crozius heads wet with gore. Relic bearers knelt despite shelling, holding fragments of martyr bones and broken blades above their heads, while demonic wind tried to tear them away. Vox amplifiers screamed litanies across every channel, drowning the whispers that crawled beneath language. The words filled helm speakers, tank interiors, gunship cockpits, guard vox beads, and even the corrupted frequencies where Malrek's choir tried to sing. Doubt is the door, hatred is the lock, faith is the hand that closes it. The battlefield answered with gunfire. Some mortal soldiers went mad anyway. A shrine militia squad near the banner line began laughing in perfect unison. Their eyes turned black. One man raised his lasgun toward a chaplain's back. He died before his finger tightened. A black Templar initiate shot him through the skull, then killed the four beside him as their mouths opened too wide. A guard sergeant fell to his knees, clawing at his face, screaming that his mother was calling from under the ground. When he tried to crawl toward the breach, a sword brother put a bolt round into his spine and stepped over him. Grimaldus did not pause the litany. Mercy had become another vector for infection. In orbit, the corrupted Basilica Station became a cathedral of horror without gravity. Helbrecht's fleet had closed around it like wolves around a wounded god. The station's void shields flared under bombardment. Macro cannon impacts shattered outer spires. Lance strikes carved through docking chapels and sent towers tumbling into space. Boarding torpedoes struck through the stained glass hull, and Black Templar Terminators teleported into sanctuaries where the dead had not yet learned they were no longer holy. Inside, fragments of stained glass floated in slow clouds, each shard catching firelight from burning altars. Dead priests drifted in frozen clusters, robes stiff, blood hanging in ruby spheres around them. Orc boarding mobs collided with Templar Terminators in mid-air, choppers and power fists meeting without up or down. Storm bolters fired through clouds of shattered icons. Shells detonated orcs against chapel ceilings, walls and floors, though those words had little meaning in the spinning dark. Occult sigils burned on the inside of pressure doors. Some doors spoke before being cut open. Some bled. One recited the names of every mortal killed by Helbrecht's denial strikes until a tech marine sealed it with a melter charge and removed it from existence. Helbrecht led from within the basilica's central assault corridor, not from the safety of a distant bridge. His sword was drawn. Sword brethren advanced around him. Servo skulls died as they entered corrupted zones, their tiny brains boiling in their casings. Terminator squads cleared side chapels one by one. Every chamber became zero-gravity slaughter. Orcs spinning away with their limbs torn off. Cultists firing wildly as recoil threw them backward. Templars mag-locked to surfaces, advancing across walls and ceilings like black judgment crawling through a murdered church. Choir nexus ahead, a tech marine voxed. Ritual power flow remains active. Sever it, Helbrecht said. The station's descent engines are bound into the same system. Then remember that. Below, Severian reached the ritual heart. It stood where the mobile scrap fortress had died, at the center of a crater ringed by corpse cathedrals and burning engines. Gorzag's throne had survived, though half its platform was fused into slag. The crown still burned upon the war boss's head. Around him, orcs fought demons. Demons butchered cultists, and cultists fed themselves into the ritual circles, with smiles on their bleeding faces. Malrek Vane stood before the breach altar, arms raised. His armor was slick with blood not all his own. His halo of warp fire burned black at the center. Around him, dead choir servitors dragged from both Malachor and the shrine world hung from hooks, their mouths stretched open, their lungs pumping hymns backward. The apostle turned as Severian entered the circle. At last, Malrek said, "The silent blade." Severian advanced. "You have no words for me?" Malrek smiled. "No vow? No condemnation? No sermon from your dead little creed?" Gorzag's roar interrupted him. The war boss smashed through a wall of burning wreckage, one arm hanging at a wrong angle, half his armor torn open, iron teeth blackened by soot. He was laughing and furious, which for an orc were not separate states. "You!" Gorzag bellowed at Malrek. "You been pointing me like a gun." Malrek inclined his head. "A very loud gun." Gorzag's eyes narrowed. "I'm the boss. Nobody points to boss. You are useful." The war boss lunged toward the apostle, but Severian stepped into his path. The vision demanded the beast first. Gorzag looked down at the Emperor's champion and grinned. "There he is. Black sword, Hume. You came all this way for me?" Severian raised the black sword. Gorzag's grin widened. "Good." He struck like a collapsing building. The first blow from his power claw shattered the stone where Severian had stood. The champion moved, barely, the shock of impact hurling fragments across his armor. He cut at the war boss's side, but the black sword skidded against layered tank plate, and orc muscle hardened by the war's unnatural power. Gorzag backhanded him with his damaged arm and sent him crashing into a broken engine shrine. Severian rose. Gorzag charged. The duel became brutality against focus. The orc was stronger. Every strike shook the ground. His laughter fed the green psychic storm around him. Bullets sparked from Severian's armor as Gorzag fired a wrist-mounted shooter at point-blank range. The champion lost a pauldron, then part of his breastplate. Then blood ran down his side, where a jagged blade punched through ceramite and flesh. He did not slow. He cut where armor had split. He moved beneath the claw. He drove the black sword into Gorzag's knee, tore it free, and stepped aside as the war boss stumbled. Gorzag headbutted him, cracking Severian's helm and breaking something beneath. The world tilted. The breach screamed above. Malrek began chanting faster, drawing power from every impact, every roar, every drop of blood. Severian heard none of it as speech. Only the oath remained. Gorzag lifted both arms to crush him. Severian drove forward. The black sword entered beneath the war boss's ribs, rising through meat, organs, and the dense armor of his spine. Gorzag roared, not in fear, but in outrage that pain had interrupted his enjoyment. Severian braced both hands on the hilt and forced the blade higher. It punched through the back of Gorzag's neck and up into the throat, severing bone, muscle, and the brutal life roaring inside him. The warboss tried to laugh. Blood flooded his mouth and poured through his iron teeth. Severian twisted the blade and tore it free. Gorzag Iron Teeth fell to his knees. The crown slipped sideways on his skull. His huge hands clawed at the ground, crushing bodies into paste. He looked at Severian, then past him, toward the demons, the orcs, the burning sky. "Good fight," he gurgled. Then his head sagged, and the beast died. Malrek's chant became a cry of triumph. The crown split. Black fire surged from Gorzag's corpse, not fading, but rushing into the ritual circle. The apostle spread his arms wide. "Yes, yes, little Templar. Kill the key and turn it. Offer me the death of the crowned beast. Offer me the final blow." The breach widened. Severian staggered. Blood ran from his broken helm. One knee dipped. Malrek drew a ritual blade made from black glass and bone. "Fall. You have done enough." Severian did not fall. He attacked. No banter, no rage, no answer. The black sword moved. Malrek barely parried with the ritual blade, surprise breaking through his smile for the first time. Severian struck again, slower than before, but still exact. The apostle's halo flared, warp fire lashing the champion's armor, burning through seals and tabard cloth. Severian stepped into it. Malrek spoke a curse that made nearby corpses rise screaming. Severian cut through them. The apostle drove his blade into Severian's abdomen. The champion gripped Malrek's wrist, held it, raised the black sword one final time. The strike took Malrek from shoulder to heart. The apostle's mouth opened in disbelief. Black fire spilled out. Severian pulled the blade down through the torso, splitting corrupted armor, ribs, organs, and the blasphemous engine of his second life. Malrek collapsed in pieces, his halo extinguishing into smoke that smelled of burned scripture. For a moment, the ritual faltered. Then the sky screamed again. The breach did not close. In orbit, the Tech Marine's voice cut through Helbrecht's command channel. Choir nexus ruptured, ritual feedback unstable, station engines corrupted but responsive, descent vector possible, survival probability negligible. Helbrecht stood in the Basilica Station's choir command, surrounded by floating dead, shattered glass, and burning sigils. Through the broken oculus below, St. Corda's rest turned beneath them, the ritual site glowing like an open wound. "Set collision course." A mortal officer stared at him. "High Marshal, this is an orbital basilica, a consecrated structure." Helbrecht looked down at the world. "It is a weapon now." Holt heard the order from the surface command channel. He looked up and saw the corrupted Basilica Station begin to move, its wounded engines flaring, its vast cathedral body turning toward the planet below. Around him, Templars continued advancing through the mud of ash, blood, oil, and powdered bone. Demons fell, orcs died, men prayed. The sky tore wider. Only then did Holt understand the Black Templars completely. They would destroy anything: cities, crowds, relics, shrines, their own bodies, their own myths, even holy things, especially holy things, if destruction served the Emperor. The Basilica Station fell like a murdered god. It came down through the wounded heavens of St. Corda's rest, wrapped in fire, its cathedral spires breaking apart as the atmosphere seized them and tore them into burning fragments. Towers that had once held choirs and pilgrim bells ripped free from the main body and spun away, trailing molten armor, shattered statues, dead priests, orc corpses, and black ribbons of smoke. Its stained glass windows burst outward in storms of colored knives. Its lance batteries fired once more as they died, beams cutting uselessly through cloud and ash before their housings boiled and folded inward. From the ground, it looked like divine judgment. From orbit, It looked like murder given gravity. Helbrecht remained aboard until the last possible moment. The corrupted Basilica's command nave had become a furnace of alarms, ruptured pressure, drifting bodies, and dying machine spirits. Tech Marines stood locked into consoles by mechadendrites, chanting Binharic rites over engines they had condemned to impact. Sword Brethren held the last bulkheads against Orc survivors, and cultists still clawing through the station's sanctified arteries. A demon thing with wings of broken bronze tried to force itself through the choir arch, and Helbrecht cut it from the air with a single two-handed stroke, its body splitting into smoke, teeth, and boiling black blood. Collision course is sanctified, voxed the lead tech marine. Machine spirit resists corruption. It accepts martyrdom. Then honor it, Helbrecht said. The teleport flare took him and the last of his command cadre as the Basilica entered the final descent. For a heartbeat, the High Marshal saw the world beneath him through the broken oculus. The ritual wound glowed like an open eye. Around it writhed orcs, demons, cult hosts, imperial remnants, black Templars, pilgrims, armor columns, and burning fields of dead. Then lightning swallowed him. Below, every Vox channel screamed warning and prayer. The Basilica station struck the clouds and tore them apart. Its lower towers sheared away first, falling ahead of the main body as blazing spears. One plunged into an orc mob and vanished in a detonation of green bodies, scrap armor, and grave dust. Another crushed a traitor artillery line beneath a column of molten stone. Statues of saints, each larger than a hab tower, dropped from the station's flanks and shattered upon the battlefield, flattening tanks, demons, cult processions, and loyal men too wounded or too close to flee. The main body came next. It descended upon the ritual site with the terrible slowness of something too vast for the mind to accept. Its underside glowed white. Its broken bells rang as air tore through them, 1,000 funeral notes screaming across the world. Pilgrims trapped near the breach fell to their knees. Orcs looked up and laughed or fired at it. Demons spread their wings and tried to rise, only to be dragged down by the pressure wave. Cultists welcomed it with open arms, mistaking annihilation for ascension. Garen saw it from the edge of the corpse field. He stood among the survivors of his depleted Crusader squad, Rauch's chained chainsword hanging from his wrist, his armor black with soot and red to the elbows. Halric gripped his shoulder guard and dragged him behind the shattered hull of a land raider. The world became sound, not noise, sound beyond scale. It entered the bones, flattened thought, emptied prayer of words. The Basilica struck. The impact erased the center of the battlefield. Stone, metal, reactor fire, relic mass, and orbital velocity descended upon the breach. The ground rose in a circular wave. Corpse cathedrals vanished. The remains of Gorzag's throne became vapor. Cult armies closest to the ritual site ceased to exist before they could scream. Demonic hosts were crushed into incandescent shadow beneath the falling shrine. Orcs died by the hundreds of thousands in a blink, their laughter snuffed beneath continents of burning architecture. Imperial formations too near the impact were taken with them. Guard blocking forces, shrine militias, wounded crews, penal battalions, serfs, loyal men who had obeyed until obedience carried them into annihilation. Millions died beneath Helbrecht's order. The station's reactors detonated a heartbeat after impact. White fire climbed into the torn sky and punched through the breach from below. For an instant, the wound in reality stretched wider, vomiting faces, claws, and impossible colors. Then the death of its anchors took hold. Gorzag was dead. Malrek was dead. The dead choir had been broken. The crowned beast and the apostle's will no longer held the gate in shape. Mass, fire, martyr engines, and collapsing sanctity drove into the ritual like a blade into a throat. The breach convulsed. Demons caught halfway through reality screamed without mouths. Their forms elongated, tore, folded inward. Black lightning snapped across the heavens and struck the ruins of the Basilica Station again and again, each strike throwing towers of molten stone into the air. The sky-wound shrank, resisted, opened once more, then began to close like flesh seared shut by a brand. The final scream did not come from any throat. It came from the world. Then the heavens sealed, leaving only a bruise of red light fading behind smoke. After the impact, war did not end with cheering. It ended with silence too stunned to trust. Fire crackled across the field of 10 million dead. Vox static hissed from broken helms, ruined tanks, and half-buried command shrines. Ammunition cooked off in distant wrecks with dull popping sounds. Somewhere under rubble, an orc bellowed once before a Black Templar bolt round silenced it. The treads of Land Raider Crusaders ground slowly through the ash, blood, oil, and powdered bone, their machine spirits growling as they advanced through victory's corpse. The victory was total in the military sense. In every human sense, it was monstrous. Holt walked the ruins beside Grimaldus when the fires had fallen low enough for flesh to survive the air. The Inquisitor's coat was scorched. His face was grey with ash. One augmetic eye clicked and refocused constantly, damaged by the impact flash. Around him lay the cost of salvation. Pilgrim icons melted into mud. Guard banners burned in pools of fuel. Orc bodies lay tangled with Imperial dead. Demon remains steamed where they dissolved into foul vapor. The broken pieces of the orbital basilica rose around the impact crater like the ribs of a planetary corpse. Grimaldus walked without limp, though his armor had been cracked in a dozen places and one pauldron hung by chains and exposed fiber bundles. His crozius rested in one hand. His skull helm turned slowly, marking every remaining movement, every possible corruption, every corpse that twitched too long. "You saved the sector," Holt said. Grimaldus did not answer. Holt looked across the crater, where millions had been reduced to ash beneath a sacred station. "You butchered it to do so." "Yes." The answer came without hesitation, without pride, without shame. Holt hated him for that. He also knew now, with a certainty he would never put in prayer, that no other Imperial force present could have done it quickly enough. The Guard would have tried to evacuate. The Navy would have waited for sanction. The Ecclesiarchy would have argued over relics. The Administratum would have demanded census revision while the veil tore open above their desks. Even the Inquisition might have debated proof for 1 hour too long. The Black Templars had not debated. They had killed. Grimaldus stopped beside a crater filled with fused glass, bone, and blackened armor. "Judge us now, Inquisitor." Holt stared at the fading scar in the sky. "I am." The Reclusiarch turned away. "Then judge swiftly. There are still things breathing that should not." The purge began before the fires ended. Castellan Merrick established screening lines along every surviving pilgrimage road. Entire processions were halted at gunpoint, separated into groups, stripped of concealing robes, scanned, branded, questioned, and watched by chaplains whose patience was measured in bolt shells. Any mark of the cult meant execution. Any psychic manifestation meant flame. Any hidden device condemned the file. Districts where corruption signs repeated were marked for cleansing, not later, not after appeal. Flame cleansing began before nightfall, though the sky had been too wounded for any true night to mean anything. Marshal Voss survived inside armor that had become more sarcophagus than plate. A demon engine shell had struck near his command vehicle during the final advance, crushing the side of his war gear and driving shards through both lungs. Apothecaries sealed him inside his damaged armor and warned him that removal might kill him. Voss ordered them to stop discussing irrelevant possibilities. He remained upright by force of armor locks and hatred, issuing orders from a field pulpit built from a wrecked tank hatch. "Third spearhead to the eastern vaults," he rasped. "Recover gene seed before the fires reach it. Penal survivors to mine clearance. Skitari remnants to rad zones. No unmarked pilgrim passes the second line. Kill anything that sings without lungs. A serf asked whether he required evacuation. Voss looked at him. The serf never asked again. Garen's rite took place beside the shattered statue of a saint whose name no one present remembered. Rauch's gene seed had been recovered from the ruin of Veer's lantern by apothecary hands slick with blood and ash. The crystal reliquary containing it was presented before the gathered squad, held between silver clamps while incense burned around it. What remained of Rauch's armor had been laid out on a black cloth. A broken pauldron, a split helm lens, fragments of tabard, and the chain that had bound his weapon to his wrist. The chainsword had been cleansed, not polished. No one had removed the scars. Its teeth had been sanctified, unclogged, re-oiled and blessed. The blood in the chain links had been burned away with incense and flame. It hung now from Garen's wrist under the gaze of initiates, sword brother Halric, the apothecary, and a chaplain whose skull helm had been cracked across one cheek. Garen knelt. The chaplain stood over him. "You took the weapon of an initiate." "Yes, Lord." "You bore it without grant." "Yes, Lord." "You obeyed his final command." "Yes, Lord." "You killed with it." "Yes, Lord." "Did you pity the enemies before you?" Garen remembered the thing with a child's hands. The hospice soldiers begging for death. The cult champion's throat opening beneath the blade. Rauch crushed beneath the ogrin. He felt the pain of those memories, but it no longer ruled the motion of his hand. "No, Lord." "Did you fear?" "Yes, Lord." The chaplain leaned closer. "And yet?" "I advanced." The chaplain rested one gauntlet on Garen's helm. "Then fear has learned its place." He struck Garen across the face hard enough to split his lip and rock him back on his knees. "Rise, initiate." Garen rose. No cheer followed, no embrace, no comfort. Halric handed him a fresh tabard marked with the black cross. The apothecary carried Rauch's gene seed away toward the waiting vaults. The chaplain pointed toward the eastern fires. "There is work." Garen looked down at the chained chainsword, then toward the purge lines where screams were beginning again. "Yes, Lord." His innocence was gone. The chapter considered this a blessing. Helbrecht received Guilliman's renewed demand from the bridge of the Eternal Crusader, while the Crusade fleet still hung over St. Caudas. "Rest, like carrion angels." This time, Holt was present. The astropath who carried the message died halfway through speaking it, but the words had already been caught by the ship's machine spirits and repeated in a voice cold with distance and authority. The Lord Commander demanded explanation: operational disposition, force concentration, civilian casualty justification, fleet strength, command compliance, post-action accountability, immediate strategic transparency. The bridge listened. Helbrecht stood with his hands resting upon the command rail. Beyond the armored glass, the Golgothan veil burned in little points of light. Some were worlds saved, some were worlds ruined, some were both. Holt stood beside him with the evidence to condemn the Black Templars beyond any comfortable defense. He had seen the fleets gather. He had seen Helbrecht seize authority. He had seen population centers erased. He had heard the refusal wrapped in respect. He knew the truth now in terms no tribunal could ignore. The Black Templars were dangerously beyond Codex boundaries. They were uncontrollable. They were necessary. "Your report, Inquisitor," Helbrecht said. It was not a question. Holt looked at the High Marshal. "You assume I have not sent it?" "I assume nothing. I prepare for what follows." "You would resist censure?" "I would continue the crusade." "That is not an answer. It is the only answer that matters." Holt returned to his cipher chamber after the audience. The original censure waited in sealed memory, harsh, accurate, and incomplete. He read it once, then he erased it. In its place, he dictated a colder report. The Black Templars remain among the most non-compliant Adeptus Astartes forces in Imperial service. Their crusade fleets possess the capacity to converge into formations of a scale that renders ordinary chapter classification inadequate. They resist transparent census. They override local command when crusade necessity is invoked. Their methods are excessive, brutal, theologically absolute, and strategically terrifying. High Marshal Helbrecht's actions within the Golgothan Vale caused immense loyal casualties and the destruction of sacred imperial infrastructure. He paused, hearing again the basilica fall. However, the same actions prevented full demonic emergence across St. Corda's Rest and likely saved the wider sector from irreversible corruption. No other loyal force present demonstrated the speed, cohesion, or ruthlessness required. The Black Templars are uncontrollable. They are excessive. They are a danger to all systems of imperial oversight. Holt closed his natural eye for a moment. Then he finished. In the current Imperium, they are also necessary. He sealed it and sent it before his conscience could recover enough to interfere. Helbrecht did not thank him. When Holt returned to the Strategium, the High Marshal was already dispersing the fleets. Crusade markers peeled away from the hololith one by one. The Ashen Vow Crusade was ordered towards surviving hive worlds to complete Xenos eradication. The Pyre of Dawn received a route toward a Forge moon, still broadcasting corrupted Binharic fragments. The Sword of Judgment was sent after retreating Orc hulks. Smaller Oath fleets vanished toward borders, pilgrim routes, dead systems and wars no central archive would understand until years too late. Disperse before secondary authorities arrive, Helbrecht ordered. All fleets resume independent crusade status. Records remain sealed by oath. Recruitment tallies to be held under martial authority. No unified disposition is to be transmitted, except by my command. Holt almost smiled. Almost. The Legion vanished by becoming chapters of itself again. Separate crusades, separate fleets, separate oaths, each officially no more than an independent blade of a loyal brotherhood. Nothing to count cleanly, nothing to seize whole, nothing to condemn without admitting that salvation had come, wearing the very shape Guilliman had feared. The Black Templars left the Golgothan Vale in stages. Behind them remained liberated worlds, burned cities, dead billions, broken Orc empires, and demonic voices silenced beneath mountains of ash. Hive Malachor still smoked. St. Corda's Rest still bled fire from its impact wound. Forge Moon Enoch sang damaged machine hymns through static. Shrine roads were lined with corpses waiting for judgment, burial, burning, or use as barricade material. Imperial officials arrived late and found victories too vast to celebrate cleanly. Administratum adepts whispered in sealed chambers. Navy captains spoke carefully over encrypted channels. Ecclesiarchy envoys praised the deliverance in public and wept over lost relics in private. Inquisitorial agents compared redacted numbers and did not like the shape they made. The Black Templars were gone before anyone could count them. Aboard the Eternal Crusader, Garin stood in the Hall of Binding among initiates. His new tabard hung stiff across his armor. Rauch's chainsword rested in his grip, chained properly now, the links welded by a chaplain's hand. Around him, warriors knelt before weapon shrines and prepared for the next war, as if this one had been only a breath in an endless vow. Helbrecht watched the stars ahead. Grimaldus stood beside him in silence. Holt remained aboard for one more translation, long enough to see the Crusade fleet turn from the worlds it had saved by butchering them, long enough to understand that the Imperium would never be free of such men, because the age itself had made them inevitable. In the darkness between systems, the forbidden truth moved faster than any official report. Guilliman had written the Codex to prevent another legion. Sigismund's sons had become one anyway, not by rebellion, not by ambition, not by crowning a warlord or raising a new empire beneath the Emperor's gaze. They had done it by never stopping, by never settling, by never allowing the crusade to end. The Eternal Crusader entered the warp like a black cathedral sinking into stormlight, its decks filled with chained blades, kneeling warriors, and the cold certainty of men who had no pity, no remorse, and no fear.